Okay, again. Hey friends, how are you doing? Okay. I have no, it's the other side. Oh, there's my okay, I'm completely messing up again. Sorry, 1 second, 1 second. Um this is better. That's better. Okay, good. Whew, how are you doing? So let me get the chat over to the main screen. Boom. So now I can see you. Hey Antonio, thanks for joining from Portugal. Hi Leo from Holland. Hi Bo, thanks for joining. Hi DV from Colorado. From Australia. Oh, pretty cool. Yeah. I have some relatives. Maybe I'm not sure if I told that. I have some relatives in Australia too. So that's pretty nice. I made this, no, the other side. I made this with a friend. He's on the other side over here. Okay, my screen isn't big enough. I'm very bright right now. Okay, maybe we should adjust the camera a little bit. 1 second. So this is going to be on my second channel. We made a challenge, like a night photo challenge. So that should be pretty fun to watch. And I don't even know what his picture is going to be because we haven't sent it to each other. To not interfere, is it getting too dark? No, that's okay. To not interfere with each other, like creative edits or something. We didn't send each other the pictures. Why is this so like, there is some stuff going on here. That is not good. Okay, this is the other side. There is some, 1 second, sorry, I still have to set up. Is this better? Not really. Why is there so much shadow? Okay, what is going on today? Is this thing? No, sorry, I'm still trying to figure out why does it look so bad all of a sudden? I made some changes recently, but I didn't think they would have such an influence. And I don't know where my settings are. This is, no, that's bad. Okay, no, that's not that. Oops, there we go. Okay, okay, never mind. Maybe contrast. Oh, okay, then I'm looking bad. Sorry. What is going on? There's a lot of shadow behind me. 1 second. Is the main light on still? No. Let's bring this a little bit further behind me. Okay, is this better? It's not, it's a little bit better. Okay, never mind. Let's, oh, I think I know, because usually I'm more to the left, so you can't see that part. But then let's move me over here. So this is hidden, and then let's resize this a little bit maybe. Or you know what? I move myself here, so this is covered up. And then I move this over here, so that is a little bit smaller, but you can still see it. And then we have this. All right, that's gonna start to look a lot better. A little bit cramped. I'm like, okay. There's too much stuff on my screen now. Maybe we hide the chat. Maybe that's a bit too much for today. There we go. And the donation box, maybe we move that a little bit down, like so. And this also, like, oh, let's keep 3 people here, 4 people. Yeah, 4 people, that's good. Okay, good. Boom. Thanks for the super. That's by the way, not just super chat. That's also my patterns. Okay, sorry. Okay, now I'm ready after fiddling around for way too long. Who else is here? Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for joining. Hi, Sabine. Thank you from Germany. Agnes, hi. Thanks. Is this RMK, I think, from France? DV says, I don't belong to Facebook. Is there some other way? Not really at the moment, because it's like Facebook just makes it very easy. This doesn't line up here. 1 second. Ooh, is it better now? Not 100%. So it's just a lot easier with, okay, I'm getting over obsessed over these small details. Now they line up. Okay, good. No, it's just so easy. And also the Facebook community is just like a nice feature to have. So I don't want to spread over too many different platforms, you know, so that makes it a lot more, I don't know the right word, but it's easier for me. It's better for the community because they can connect on Facebook, which they do. And I'm really happy that this works so well, that people interact with each other. And I tried Reddit before and Discord and stuff like that, but they didn't work for me. So yeah, it's just Facebook for the moment. But you can do just an account for that community. You don't have to do anything else if you don't want to on Facebook. It looks like a flying insect. Is there some way? What looks like a flying insect? I'm sure. Or like these things behind me, the shadow. Hi, Edwin from what? From Deventer. Oh, Deventer in Netherlands. Okay, pretty cool. Hi, Scorpio from New York City. Thanks for joining. My giant cup is back. 1 second. Oh my god. Oh, by the way, today I wanted to. We almost have 25,000 subscribers, so that is pretty awesome. Like I think 5 people are missing for that to happen. So if you're one of those, maybe subscribe to the channel. Let's see. Oh, okay. Now I need 2 more. Someone unsubscribed. Well, that also happens. That's okay. Or maybe YouTube does a cleanup sometimes. Yeah. And I worked very long today on because I asked you about this kind of membership thing on YouTube, because you can do it in Patreon, but some people don't understand what Patreon is. And also I do the live streams on YouTube, so it seems more logical to have some kind of membership there. And I created some, like, what do you say, these chat smileys. But then I realized you have to ask YouTube to verify them, and that takes some time. So I thought today would be a cool day to like introduce that, but I have to wait until they answer me for that kind of thing. Your right arm, yes, it looks really strange. Maybe it's the shirt, because the shirt is pretty bright. And that changes the lights, how the camera reacts to the light. So maybe that's the problem. I should have worn a darker shirt today. I need to get better lights here. It's like everything is not working that good. Hi, Colin. Thanks for joining from Cornwall. Rainy day. Today was, yeah, also a little bit rainy here, I think. Was I outside? I think I was outside, yeah. But I wasn't... Was it raining? No, I don't think it was raining. I don't even remember if it was raining. So I didn't go outside today that much, as you can imagine. All right. So a little bit about this. No, this over here, I still get not used to that kind of mirror thing. I made a challenge with him. We took night photos in Vienna. And I will, I still have to cut the video of that. And I will combine this. So, because, and this is something I want to talk about with you. So my vlog channel is kind of all over the place. It's not like, it doesn't like really have a good focus right now. Like, I talk about topic that interests me, and that is a good, like, that is the main reason why the channel is there, but it doesn't really integrate in the main channel as much as it should probably. And maybe the topics are a bit too niche or something that I talk about, which is okay, because it's not supposed to be the same thing. It's supposed to be like showing other things that I also do, basically, you know. But my one idea was that maybe I could do photo competitions or photo challenges or photo shootings, and then I show how I edit them on the main channel, and then I post the video on how I did the shooting on the second channel. So that seems to be a nice link between these two. And yeah, so that could be interesting. So this is the first attempt to try to do that with a photo challenge with another photographer, and to see where we can go from there. Also, it's a good way to interact with other YouTubers, with other creators, stuff like that. Yeah, they can be different. That's true. Yeah. No, it's like, of course, the thing is that I'm always like trying to be, I don't know, to get really good results, let's say it like that, to create really great content, interesting things, and like it bothers me a lot more if things don't work out as it probably should. Like, I'm super extra analyzing everything that's happening, and I spend so much time creating this this thumbnail. So it was, by the way, I want to tell you the story. So I met with him. I said, hey, let's do this kind of photo challenge. Let's meet in Vienna. And so we met and we did the photo challenge, and it was a lot of fun. It was really cool. We filmed on the side. Of course, I'm not that used to filming that stuff, so I still have to learn that too. And then I came back, I looked at all the footage we had, and I was really unsatisfied about the scenes we had. So I still think we have not enough video, but maybe like I still have to learn, you know? So I asked him, okay, let's meet the next day to film some more scenes, like the interview that we talk with each other, stuff like that, on the location again. The photos are done, so we didn't do any more photos, but we did more video, so we have extra footage. And then I called him again because we did some photos for the thumbnail, and I thought it should be better. It is not good enough for a thumbnail. So we met a third time, and then we did these photos at his place, and I edited them for, I don't know, hours until we got this. And then, yeah, we also talked about strategy, which I like. You know, I love to talk about teaching things, you know, so YouTube strategy, looking at analytics, looking at all kind of different things, analyzing other channels. Very interesting, for me at least. I don't know. All right. Patreon is so slow. If it can be otherwise, gladly. How, in what regard is Patreon slow? Like loading the page or what? That's, I never heard that it's slow. So please let me know. Jimmy says, I love the vlogs, how what you're doing and what interests you. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I really want to like give a broader picture and also explore things in that. And also like it really helps me. I really suggest you do something similar, maybe not a YouTube channel. It's not what I'm really talking about. More like trying to make, for example, these challenges. Again, wow, I have to mirror this, so it's over here. These challenges with friends, just like a friendly competition, stuff like that, because you have to, rather than just taking your own pictures, you have to think, what could I do that is good in this situation, and how does it compare to other people, and how am I in relation to them right now in a fun way? And afterwards you can compare the pictures, or they maybe have other technology. Maybe they have, I don't know, a special lens or a special camera, or I don't know, something you could try out. So it's really interesting to have this kind of things to come together and think about these things, and get, of course, also challenged in your own creative way. Need to be perfect. You just need to be yourself. I wouldn't say so. That's that's a classic dating advice, and it doesn't work. You know, of course, you want someone to be like dressed up and nicer, and like you wouldn't go to a job interview in your pajamas and say, "Hey, well, it's just like I am." You know, I'm having these jogging pants, and then I didn't shower before I came to the job interview because it's like what I do at home. That doesn't work. You have to be better because it's your job after all, and also because, I mean, it's about like showing people interesting things. So you can't do any like boring stuff. It has to be interesting for them. And there is a difference between trying to do something you don't want to do just to entertain people. This is not what I try to do because that's stupid, of course. But what you can do instead is, if you have certain emotions towards something, you're amazed about something, like it's interesting to you, how could you transfer that emotion towards other people? And you can do that with any topic, as you know from all kind of documentaries. Like you could do, I don't know, you can make a series about people who have hot dog stands in New York, and if you film it the right way, it's super interesting. Or people who like to just bring the mail to your home. That could be an interesting film if you film it the right way. That's the part. That's makes the difference, you know? So, and I still have to figure that out. Also with photography and stuff like that. So it helps. It's like a really interesting challenge. Antonio says, sorry, I'm behind the chat a little bit. Night photos are hard to get. I tried to take a photo from a comment yesterday. What? From a comment? Neo-wise. Couldn't focus. Okay. Yeah, I want to do more tutorials also about that. Also, I'm doing a video about apps. So your feedback has been super helpful, by the way, by that. Some people sent me links to different apps and stuff you can use. So I will show you apps that you suggested me. I will show you some apps that I'm using, and these apps can make your life really, really easy as a photographer to help you along with getting the perfect shot, be there at the right time, understanding the location before you get there, which is probably the most important part, because you don't want to wait there for hours, you know, so you have to really know what's going on before you're even there, and then you do the shooting and everything is like it should be. Of course, some things you can't like change, like the weather, for example, but you can plan a lot of other things. Loading. The loading time is slow for Patreon. I've never heard that. That's interesting. But what could be loading there? You mean like files when they download? Or that's really interesting because the rest is just like a block. Or maybe it's like, are their servers slow? That's really strange. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Hi, Anderson from Denmark. Thanks for joining. By the way, I will in some minutes switch over to Facebook to have a look at the challenge. Yeah, no, that's not the thing. I mean, a vlog doesn't matter if it's a vlog or not. So it's like it still has to be good, you know. So. Like for example, think about newspaper photography. Like, of course, it's just a photo of the situation. But if you have a really good photo of the situation, it maybe tells the story and is emotional and like connects you to the situation rather than just showing what is going on there. That is a big difference. So, yeah, it's like you show what really happened, but at the same time, you try to show it in a better light. And of course, with film, compared to video, compared to photography, is way, way more complicated than photography. Like, I was really surprised how complicated film is, because a picture is a picture. You know, you have your camera, your lens, your flash maybe, and then there isn't much more you need to take a picture. And it's just one picture that you of course, you take a lot of pictures, but afterwards you show just one picture of the situation. But if you do video, you have to split up the situation in a lot of different scenes. And you have video, you have motion, you have sound, all these kind of things that come together. And you have to think about, like, how fast can you pan? How fast can you zoom? Does the video shake while you're walking? Should it shake or should it not shake? And a lot of different things. That's really interesting. Also interesting from a photographer's perspective, because you think about these things in a different way. Okay, maybe let's switch over to Facebook for the challenge. Or let me read the comments first. Is cut off? Yeah, that's because there is like a frame here I'm sitting in. And so if I make it too big, it's cutting, but my camera is a little bit on the left side, I think. I don't know. So this is like, it's cuts here. And if I show too much, you see the wall behind me, because there's a green screen, but it doesn't cover all of the wall. So this is why I have to like cut it pretty close to myself. I want to change that when I rebuild my studio soon, like beginning of next month. He means comet. The comments are loading slow. Oh, interesting. Not perfect, often more interesting. Yes, not perfect. That is the thing. By the way, and this is like if you think about analog and analog and digital. If you think about the new technology, the old technology, the interesting thing is that in the old technology, like for example Super 8 or VHS or stuff like that, these kind of old school cameras, you had a lot of defects in the picture. But you didn't have a choice because you only had these cameras. There's no difference. You couldn't do any other thing. But now you can do perfect pictures with no flaws at all, like for our understanding right now, of course. And then because now you have a very clean photo or a very clean video, and now you can add these defects by choice afterwards, because of course you want to have them organic and nice and warm. And so these defects become part of your composition process, you know, because you can add them, for example, with color grading or with like grunge maps, grunge textures that you overlay, or these light leaks or lens flares, stuff like that are added afterwards, a little dust or dirt on the lens or stuff like that. And they are part of the expression of what you want to say with your content. So that's pretty interesting that at that point the defects become their own language, you know. So that is a really interesting thing that we have now with technology. Yeah. Orthography correct, but the orthography correction comes from your browser. It doesn't come from Patreon. That's interesting. Hi Hugo from Anhalt. Hey, Sachsen-Anhalt. Saxony, okay. Yeah. You have a 1 gigabyte connection, and Patreon as a website loading slow, much slower than YouTube, for example. That is really strange. Okay. That shouldn't happen. I can write them and ask them what's going on. I will ask them in an email. Okay, let's switch over to Facebook, and then we can also talk some more. By the way, this is a question I want to ask you before we switch over. I also have to find the challenge post. Oh, there it is already. Do you feel like there is not that much difference between photo cameras compared to video cameras? Because I was researching different cameras that you can use to film. And of course, there is like, you can film with a DSLR and the mirrorless, but then there's also actual movie video cameras that are at some point basically have the same price, as like the technology has become that good that you can have an actual video camera that you can use to shoot actual films at the same price as a mirrorless camera, which is really amazing. You can do that, but there is a lot of difference between these different video cameras that you can have, and I feel like with photo cameras the difference is not that much, not that high. Maybe because photo quality already is like extremely high, and they don't have to cut corners. They don't have to like do any kind of special things. Like with video, there is so much like difference in the data and the way they film stuff like that, and you have to attach so much technology to the camera to make it like work in the way you want it to work. And there can be a lot of difference from that side also, from the stuff that you can apply to the camera. Okay, let's switch over to the work view. Boom, there we go. Again, I didn't hide my bookmarks. Always forget that. Boom, okay. Good. So we had this challenge with cropping the image. Let's have a look at the original image first. So this was the original image. Let's open this up in a new tab so we can see it. Oh, let's close this here. Good. So it's like a forest scene with a guy with a yellow jacket. I think that the photo is stretched to make the trees look a lot taller because his legs are very thin and very long. So that seems either the photo has been stretched or this is part of the lens. Like for example, with my smartphone, it has a wide angle, and this wide angle often stretches also the photo a little bit to make it even more wide angle, maybe, I don't know. So that's pretty interesting that this is happening here. And now we have the crops from you, and I ask you to make an interesting crop, explain a little bit why you did that kind of cropping, so it's more interesting to understand what you did there. Okay, so let's go with the first one. And this is kind of, it looks, by the way, before we start, this looks like an easy exercise, but actually you can think a lot of time about why and where to crop and what you want to express with that. There's a lot of potential in here. We will see with the pictures because there's a lot of different ways. I was really surprised how different people cropped that. So this is the first one by Sibi. By the way, I would also suggest if I do the challenge, take some time, take a day or something before you post something, think about it, make some different versions, save them, look at them at the next time. Hey JSB, thanks for supporting. Pretty cool. Is the pop-up working? I'm not seeing it. I'm not sure. Did it work or not? Usually there should be like a announcement. Thank you very much for your support, your donation for the channel. Really helpful. Really appreciate it. Oh, there it is. There we go. Oh, I still have to change that picture to my cat Lolo. Okay. Thank you very much. That's really awesome. All right. So let's go on with our challenge. So yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, take some time, think about it, maybe read some stuff online about it, on how could you do that? You can also research on Pinterest or other pages to see what other people did with cropping, with framing their shots, stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, so this is the first one who says, I did the golden spiral. I never used this crop before and I have recently seen videos on it. I decided to try and make the main focus on the trees and on the hiker. I hope I explained it correctly. Okay. Okay, so I said, please explain it, and then he changed the text, so this is why I said explain it. Okay, good. All right, interesting. It's okay, so it's more the golden spiral rather than the golden ratio, because I was thinking this guy's very low here. Let's open this in a new tab. By the way, I wanted to do something before we get started. 1 second. Let me download the picture. Whoops. Okay, download. Boom, there we go. Let's open this up and see. I thought it would be a good idea to see where people did the crop. And we can do that. These are the smileys I tried to create. I looked at other smileys people had to create it. Then I created some of my cat. You have to make the eyes ridiculously big so you can see them because the smiley is super tiny. And I also made some animated ones. So I tried to take some inspiration, but then I ended up doing my own thing. Let's go to this here. So this is the original picture. Okay, let's go back to this. And then we have, this is your crop. Okay, good. So we can take this picture here and copy this over. I have to see if this takes too long for the live stream or not, because I thought maybe that's like a nice little thing to do. Why is your, okay. So this is the, huh? Oh. Ah, okay, I see. That makes sense. Okay, so this is basically the cropping situation is like this. So what I wanted to do here, okay, maybe that takes way too long. I thought this could be really quick, but maybe not. Make an outline in yellow, make it a little bit bigger. Okay, and then fill opacity gone. Okay, so we have this. This is basically the cut you have done. All right. The guy is pretty much very low on the side, but it's okay because the trees look really giant. So the focus is actually on the tree. That's very nice. This tree here is coming a little bit close, but of course in the forest there's always going to be a tree that's too close. So if you move it over to the left a little bit, then the right tree is coming closer. And you couldn't do any other editing, so this was also part of the challenge. What is it about the golden spiral that makes it a perfect rule? Uh, I don't know, our taste basically. I don't know if it's like, if you could say that, if it's actually a thing, you know? So it's, the thing about the golden spiral is that a lot of people use it, but and we see nice results of that. But you could probably also create another device, because there's also other, like the golden ratio, and there's a lot of other things you can use, and they work and create aesthetic, like things that feel good to us. But maybe they feel good to us because we are used to them to be in that certain way, rather than actually being useful tools. But because they create a certain, they can help us create a look that we know a lot of people like, it is still a useful tool. It doesn't mean it's actually based on some, how can I say, actual thing. You know what I mean? That's, maybe it's a very bad explanation. Let's, for example, if you think about the color pink, like we associate pink most of the time with softness and youngness and healthiness and also femininity, right? But actually, that is not the original use of the color, because the color was associated originally with masculinity and power and strength and energy, because it is a very powerful color. If you look at pink, it's always like very much in your face. So over time it has changed, and so now we associate it with it. And so it isn't anything, hasn't anything to do with the color. It's just like how we relate to that, you know? I would say with these tools, it's the same thing. They work because they create something we like. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know? They work because they work, but not because there's a kind of a special reason behind why they should work in that kind of way. And I think this, you have to, maybe it would be interesting to have a discussion with a mathematician. How do you pronounce it in English? Mathematician. That's the word. If there's actually something, you know, because of course, yes, there is something with this Fibonacci blah, of course. But the thing about these numbers, also the number pi or something else, these numbers only work because we have this number system that counts to 10. If you don't count to 10, if you count to 12, there is no p number. It's not this kind of endless p number that we are so amazed about, because it's an ever-changing number without repetition. If you count to 12, the number is completely different. It doesn't have this kind of long thing. So all these kind of amazing things we find in numbers, they are based on us using these numbers. They're not actually a real thing that's happening like that. You know what I mean? Of course, you can find things in nature that follow these things. You know, and a lot of in plants, how they grow, stuff like that, they follow these kind of spirals, or like a snail house, stuff like that. But do we project the number on the snail house, or does the snail house grow because of the number? I don't think it grows because of the number, because we invented numbers. So numbers are not really a nature thing. So, okay, anyways. Let's go on with this. So this is a pretty cool cut. It makes the forest look really tall. Very nice. And the guy may be a little bit lost, but at the same time, like a kind of explorer type. So that's a very nice way to cut that. Thank you very much for that. Let's go on to the next one, which is by Gareth. Do I say the name wrong again? Grethy. At some point, I don't know, I should maybe collect audio samples where you say your name, and so I know how to pronounce that correctly. So he says, my first thought was the sky, how far away it seems to be. So there is my text, sky is the limit. You can achieve whatever you want if you walk long enough and get old enough. That's a good point. Also, how little man is compared to the natural world. Okay, interesting. DV says the golden ratio is a mathematical ratio that is commonly found in nature. It can be used to create visual, pleasing, organic looking composites in your design projects and artwork. Yes, that's true. But does it mean that it is a thing just because it's often found? Like, there's other things that are often found in nature too, and they look nice, but I'm not sure if we have a rule about them, you know? It's like we figured this out and we kept it because it's nice, but what about the other things that are also nice, but we don't use them that often, you know? Like, for example, we really, really like in the modern age symmetry. For some reason, symmetry is really cool to us. In nature, you don't have symmetry that often. You have it sometimes. You could point out a million things that have symmetry. Like, for example, every cause has a... How do you say that in English? Every action has a reaction. There's some symmetry, you know, it's in all the things, of course. But you also have, what's the difference of symmetry in English? I can't remember. Asymmetry, that's the thing, right? And can also be nice, but we don't use it as much, you know, because we have to get used to, like, okay, symmetry is nice, because this is a whole discussion on its own, which is very interesting. Maybe we should go through the pictures first, because before we sink our teeth into that conversation. I want to just point out one thing, and that is body shape. Think about how body shape changed in the last, let's say, 10 years based on music videos alone. Like hip hop and rap videos, stuff like that. I think they drove most of that. Of the mainly female body shape, but also the male body shape, on how that changed our idea on what is nice and what is cool and what is not so nice and not cool. And it basically turned around the opposite. You know, so that's kind of interesting how things always change in our appreciation. But that's also culture. Culture has to evolve all the time. If it stands still, that's a problem. You have always been an asymmetric type of person. Okay, interesting. Hey, Oliver from Germany, thanks for joining. Okay, let's go on with the videos. Thanks, Jeff, for reminding to give like on the video. That's pretty cool. Okay, so it's a very interesting cut. It's very powerful because of the square form. The only thing I don't like about this cut is that this guy is basically stuck into the ground. Like, he's just the head looking out. And this is like, if you have also two messages in your text. Where's the text again? So you say, okay, the sky's the limit. Do whatever you can do with your life and be free. But at the same time, you say, well, nature is, we are so small compared to nature, which is basically the opposite, because nature basically can crush us down. You can also see it in a positive light, of course, and say, well, we are so small, but this means that nature is really big, so there's a lot to explore. But because this guy's so stuck into the ground, he doesn't seem like he's moving. He more seems like he's in a mud puddle and he can't move anymore. And he's like tied down by the earth around him. That's probably not the way to say that, but you know what I mean. Hey, Aaron, thanks for joining. So this is something that I find a little bit strange, that this guy is so small down here. But the rest with the sky can understand. So that's pretty nice. Okay, let's go on to the next one. By the way, let's try if I can do this a little bit quicker here, because I thought it would be nice at the end to have a comparison. Is it like that? Oh yeah, okay, good. Can we just copy the effect here? Copy, and then I go here and click on paste style, boom. So yeah, okay, we don't see that much here. Is it actually probably a bit smaller? And then a little bit lower maybe? Why is this still visible here? Like that, okay. Yeah, okay. I thought this would be cooler, but it is not that good. Okay, let's save that. It takes too much time. Okay, never mind. Good. Okay, so thank you for posting that. Here's the next one. Okay, so this is a big change to the original picture. By the way, I closed the original picture. I'm an idiot. Let's open this up again. Sorry. A little bit all over the place again here. Let's open this up in a new window. There we go. So this is there, here, now. All right, there we go. So this is by Ellen. Yeah, Ellen, I would say. Okay. I wanted to express the loneliness of the person, also remove a lot of the distractions to keep only the path and the hiker while going only a hint of a large forest. Giving only a hint of a large forest. He's stuck in life. Oh, okay. Yeah, but if he's stuck, then this is the opposite of saying like try to do as much as possible with your life. You see, so there's like a conflicting argument going on in the composition, or in the idea of the composition. So that might be a problem. Hi, Ronald from Utah. Thanks for joining. Hi. What I like about this is, as you can see, if you crop in that close, compared to this, the shot is getting really intimate. You get really close to the person. You can have a more emotional connection to the person because you feel like you're there with the person. It's more like a almost subjective camera where you feel like you peek over his shoulder, or you walk right behind him, or you maybe even imagine yourself to be this person, you know? So the cropping of the frame can do a lot of changing your emotional connection to the picture, to the story that is going on. I don't really see loneliness in that picture from the way it's cut, because it still looks kind of comfortable, that the forest doesn't look that intimidating. You probably could do that if you adjust the image more and the colors and make it a little bit more frightening, cooler, maybe a little bit darker, stuff like that, like you often have in movies, if you want to show that people are lost and lonely. But you really get more in there into the pictures. That's pretty nice. Hi, Jasmine from Belgium. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Yellow Road and took the one least travel. What? I don't understand what it says. Again, what does it say? Vincent says 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one lane traveled. Is that a lyric from a song or something? I don't know that. It sounds like a lyric. So that's a pretty cool cut here. A pretty cool crop. Sorry. Thank you for that. Let's go to the next one. So this is from Ellen? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, framing wanted to show once again that man is no longer number one on Earth, but reduced to a survival dominated by nature. The person is sent to the bottom right as a backdrop. Okay, that's interesting. By the way, here, okay, this is a little bit small. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Is this, does it, maybe zoom it like this. So the interesting thing is with pictures, often we see the left side is home and the right side as away. And you can see that in this picture, if you compare this to the other crop, where is it? That one from the beginning. That one. If you compare these two, that is pretty interesting to see. Okay, this we have to zoom out a little bit. And now this is zoomed out. Okay, that's, let's copy this over to, it's new from clipboard. Then we have to resize the canvas. 1 second, I'm almost ready. Let's make this 600 maybe. No, that was not big enough. Canvas, let's make it 1200. There we go. Okay. Let's take the other picture, copy, place it here. Let's have a little bit of a distance between them. There we go. All right. So if you compare these two pictures, you can see, let's make this here transparent. Okay, good. You can see that this, the left picture feels more, 1 second. Okay, there we go. And then I make this gray. A little bit of preparation here. Let's put it like this. Boom. Okay, now we can just move this around. So if you look at this part of the picture, it looks more like the guy is more at home. He feels like closer to us, closer to the viewer, a little bit more connected maybe. And then if you look at the other side, this guy feels further away from you. There's a lot of distance between this part of the picture and this over here. And you could also maybe feel that he's maybe a little bit more lost in this kind of world. He's not that connected to you. in that kind of sense. So yeah, that's pretty interesting how much that influences where the person is standing, on the left side, on the right side. Of course, in these pictures, you also have the difference that here is a lot of space that's empty and there's just these two trees. So that also makes a little bit of this kind of being lost effect, because you have more space where you can get lost, while here the person is framed by these two trees on the left and the right side. So there's a frame inside of the frame that's pointing out that person. So it's more connected, more protected to the sides by these two trees visually, by just visual lines. So maybe that also makes it look a little bit safer. But that's a really interesting elements to have. So I think that cut works pretty well of showing that the person is lost in this kind of nature environment here. Okay, let's go on. Don't close this one. Wait, we have to zoom out here so we see the original picture. Good. Okay, so thank you very much for that. Ellen. Okay, Daniel has the next picture. I cropped this. I cropped it this way to show the size comparison between us and other things in the world, how small we really are. I like how your eye follows the path trail as well, leading you around the picture out into the great unknown. Ah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah. All right, that's a very nice point. Like, you have a little bit of this path here, and you could, let's open this up again here. If you would edit this afterwards, you can of course then go in and with brightness even point this path out a bit more, so it's a bit more apparent here that we have this path, although you can still see it very nicely. And yeah, it's really interesting how many people focus on the being lost part in the world. And being small, of course, the picture basically lends itself to that because of these really huge trees and probably a little bit of picture stretching here that's going on to make them look even taller. So that's pretty nice. I still feel like it's that the guy is set very cozy here in the picture. And this is, by the way, this is probably on this kind of third line. If we open this up in Affinity Photo, and we go to crop, and then you go here to overlay thirds grid. Yeah, he's pretty much at the third line. He's next to it, you know? So you can also play around with that and see what kind of, and you have basically here, the third line helps you a little bit also to compose things, like say, okay, the first third is the home part, the middle part is like where it's stable and strong, and then on the right part is the away part. So for these reasons, these things can be very helpful because we have this visual language in our mind, maybe not actively, but passively, in the way that it's in our subconscious, because we know it from a lot of movies and pictures, because they are created in that kind of way. So that's really interesting. The leading lines cause the trees, makes the forest seem huge, especially with the crop, the picture, so that it's... What? It's thinner. Okay, let's have a look at that. Let's cancel here. Go over here again. Aaron says the leading lines caused by the trees makes the forest seem huge, especially when you crop the picture so that it is thinner. Yes. As also, that's a nice point, because, like, of course, if you make the picture thinner, it's at the same time higher, and so you are in relation, you see more of this kind of huge size, and you seem smaller in relation. Like if you compare it to this picture we had before, this closer one, you don't really see anything of the height, so you don't feel as intimidated by the forest. It feels more like a nice walk. In the park, the fog makes it a little bit eerie maybe, but the trees don't feel that intimidating. It's just normal trees. While when you have this kind of longer format, you can make it even smaller, even longer. Then the trees, of course, feel more large in comparison to the rest from the picture ratio. So that's a pretty interesting point. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Which was the last one? I think this one was the last one, right? Yeah, okay. There we have another one that's closer, by Cecile. Is that the right way to pronounce that? Cecil. I think Cecil. I'm not sure. Okay. Simple crop, maintaining the essence of the photo, rule of the thirds, men walking, and maintaining proper perspective of objects. Okay, interesting. So let's open this up. We have to zoom in a little bit so you can see what's going on. It's a pretty small. I think some devices cannot upload full-size pictures to Affinity, to Facebook as a comment, which I didn't know. It's kind of strange. Yeah, so this again feels kind of cozy. You see more of the foreground, which is also interesting here. And you can see how the relation changes to the trees if you have more foreground. This is something that is classically also used in photography, in movies, stuff like that. Do you see more of the sky, gives you more freedom, or do you see more of the land and you are more connected to the ground? Sometimes also used to show that you're lost in, for example, a desert or something, you know? We can have a look at that one second. Unsplash. Let's say desert. Is there someone walking here? Ah, okay. Maybe this one. There's a tree. Yeah, we could maybe use this one. Copy. So if you take that one, good. And if you crop it like this, you see, if you have it like this, it feels more like freedom. It feels open. There's the sky. You can't get like stuck in the sky, basically. And like it has a lot of openness, a lot of breathing room in the picture. That's very nice. And if you do the other thing, where you have more of the ground, let's recrop this. Or maybe should we stretch it a little bit? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Stretch it a little bit. And then maybe also crop it a little bit. Maybe a little bit smaller, maybe. Like so. Okay, so you can see if you have this picture now with a lot of ground and very little sky, we can even make less sky. Let's crop a little bit less here. The ground, the landscape, the desert becomes very intimidating and very like, of course, the main part of the picture. And so this guy now feels a lot more lost and kind of surrounded and like locked in by the desert surrounding him. So this is this kind of storytelling device that you can use just by cropping the picture, right? Again, if you move this up here, feels very freeing, very nice, very open-minded, very okay. The world is there to be explored. Other way around, oh God, I'm stuck. I'm lost in the desert. I don't know what's happening, you know? Also, by the way, if you have these tracks here, that's also a nice point. If you move it over here, there is space for the person to move towards, like into the picture. There's still room to go, you know, in the picture visually. You can still walk distance here. But if it's over here on the edge, of course, like we have to crop it. Let's crop this again. If it's like this, there is no space to go. There is the end of the picture. So this is also interesting to think about. If you have a moving object, does it move into the picture and has still place to move? Or does it move outside of the picture and then it's limited by the side and basically like there's the border, it's running into the border, which kind of limits it. So also, if you want to have a fast-moving object that looks like it's moving through space, still agile, you want to have it to come into the picture, not go out of the picture. So you have space visually and emotionally where it can move in the process of moving, you know, like a race car or something like that. You see how different that is. Here, where you're gonna go, it's the end. There's nothing where you can go, no place to move. Here, oh, he can move like far away. So that stuff like that can be really interesting, really tell a different story about the picture. And again, if you go down here, even more space to walk. We can even start him with the tracks down here in the corner, and then he can move a long way through the picture. So you can do a lot of things with cropping. Probably not the best idea to start this here. It looks a bit too much, maybe a little bit like this. So it doesn't seem as planned. Okay, let's go back to the picture. Sorry, I'm like, you see all this kind of analyzing process going on in my brain all the time. All right, let's go on. Okay, so this is very nice. What was the idea again? Essence of photo, rule of thirds. Yeah, so it feels like, yeah, it's a nice simple crop. Rule of thirds feels very stable and cozy. And with the foreground, you feel also more connected to the ground compared to floating up into the trees and maybe being spiked by the trees, stuff like that. So in this case, you're more connected to being on the ground. So it's very nice. Okay, let's go to the next one. Oh my God. Wow, this is a super wide cut, which is also nice. So what's the idea here? This is from Sabine. My first idea, if I see the image, industrial forest. What is an industrial forest? This is like where you plant the Christmas trees, like it's trees to be cut down. Is that the industrial forest? Every tree the same size. Oh, you make a barcode. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. That's actually an interesting idea. Yeah. Very nice. It's also a very nice perspective. I would have made it maybe a little bit higher because it's very long, so you don't see much detail in there. But it has this kind of abstraction. It becomes a pattern at some point, which can also be nice. And by the way, if you think, hey, where are you going to use these kind of pictures? I actually did not that long, but for a customer, we printed a picture for his office. He wanted to have it at the back of the office. If you come into, there was a really large picture, like a really wide picture of a skyline, I think from Chicago or something. Very nice skyline. And the wideness of it makes it really nice. To have this kind of ratio. So actually pictures are printed in that ratio too. It's not all the things are 16:9 or 20:9 or something like that. So you can use a lot of different, especially with printing, you can do a lot of different interesting ratios to get different effects. And you often also have to think about where do people actually have space to put that. This is why we have these very long pictures, because you can put them between some stuff in your home. There is always like a small window of white wall where you could put a long, high picture, stuff like that. So there's space for these kind of formats. Don't underestimate the possibilities that you have with that. So that's pretty nice. It's very, very cool. You could do with editing, you can bring back more of the depth and the dimension, but I also understand the idea of making this a flat image that looks like a barcode. Again, with editing, you can also make it more flat, look it more like a barcode, maybe make it even black and white, or a matte. How do you say it in English? Matte? What's the pronunciation? I have to, wait a second. We can figure that out. Right. How do you say that in English?
Matte.
Matte. Is that the same thing, well, like with the color matte? Huh?
Matte painter.
No, that's a different thing. Matte painter is different. Matte. Nicht klar, that's one.
Matte.
Matte. You say it the same like we say it in German? Matte? That's the thing?
Matte.
Matte. Okay, matte.
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 Matte. Matte.
Matte.
Matte. Okay, matte. All right. Good. Huh. Look from a window, really? That's a really wide window. It looks more like a window. That's true. That's interesting, actually. Yeah, it has a window effect. Nice. And it gives a very different relation to the forest than the pictures before. It turns also, again, the forest into a very different kind of forest. Here you have this really long, high forest, and this is more like I feel like this is more like a backyard forest. If you live near the forest, you look like you say out of the window, you see something like that. So that's pretty cool. Very nice. The A is not so deep in English. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I also like the edit, like DV says. Yeah, that's what matte. Matte, the same as doormat. Oh, like matte. Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. Okay, thanks. Right, let's go to the next one. Again, a more cozy looking one. Square format, good for Instagram. From Nigel, thank you very much for that. A square crop removing enough of the foreground to indicate forward travel. Oh, okay. Man on rule of thirds line, while the eye leading you down the path, also top heavy. giving you the sense of the height of the trees. Okay, so there's a lot of planning going into that image. That's very nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, and you're right, it works really well. Let's see where the horizon line is for this one. Let's copy this over. Go here. Oh, that's also good. So not only is the guy on the line of third, also the horizon is on the line of third. So that's interesting because, and this can also be a very nice tool of composition to have the horizon at that line, because of course, often on the ground, there's more going on than in the sky. And so you have not only split the picture into one part ground, 2 parts sky. So you have this kind of rule of thirds in there, but you also have a part where it's more going on, and then 2 parts where less is going on. So you have a lot of room for breathing. Of course, here's still a lot of stuff going on in the sense of the trees being there, but you don't have all these kind of little details because we don't have to really look at the white parts. They are just white, so we can just ignore them. And at the same time, we know there is like free space, so there's more air there, where here there's a lot of dense things in there. So that can make a difference. That's really interesting. We can also look, let's go back to Unsplash. Maybe have a different picture. See, let's go like this. There we go. This is a good example, maybe. Let's just copy this. Okay, so clip, good. If we now make it like this, for example, a little bit smaller, and then move this over. And so now the sky, the horizon line is pretty much at the center, a little bit higher than the center, you know. But if you change that now and you go and make it, wait a second, how should we? You know what? Let's constrain this custom ratio. Is it okay if I talk about these things in between and not just doing the review? I'm also doing a little bit of talking about a different kind of concepts, because I don't want to people feel like it's like too much time. They have to wait until their picture is shown. Okay, so let's do it like this. So we have a crop here. And you can see how different that is. And let's go back and do it the other way around, which probably is a bit complicated here, but let's see. Maybe here the horizon is a bit much. Let's take this also into consideration here. And you can see how this also again changes the image on what you see, how you feel towards the image. I think in this case it feels a little bit strict. I'm really surprised because normally it looks pretty nice. Let's rotate. Didn't want to do that. Let's make it the other way around. Maybe that's better here because it's a really long picture. Let's go like this. So we have a lot of C here. All right. It's not exactly what I wanted to show here. Sorry. I think now I also... Oh, come on. Rasterize. There we go. Now I have to change this again. 16 to 9. There we go. Make this a little bit like so. Copy this. Go back. Fill this in. Then again. I have to redo that. Okay, 16. There we go. Let's make this the other way around. Maybe with the eye, or maybe the same part here, like so. Okay, let's copy this. Go back. What? Oh. Go back. No! Sorry. This is not working as well as I thought it would do. 16. The hell? Let's go like that. Move this over. I thought this would be way quicker, but it's not. Let's undo this. Oh, finally. Yeah, this doesn't look as good as I thought it would. Okay, now we have kind of a comparison. Yeah, okay, that was a waste of time. Sorry for that. That was stupid. All right, let's go back to the picture. Yeah, but this kind of putting the horizon line on this kind of third can be very helpful. Basically, the rest was kind of a super big waste of time right now. I wanted to show something. It didn't just work with the picture, but here it works really good. So that looks very nice. Also with the square cut is really nice. So, and as you can see, again, the person feels like pretty cozy and snug in the kind of environment that's around him. It doesn't feel as intimidating. Also, the trees feel smaller in this kind of version. So it's really interesting how much that changes. Yeah, please continue. Okay. Slightly, I think. Okay, cool. So let's talk about concepts. Sorry, Nitro, thank you very much for posting that. Really nice crop. Really like that. It's also, by the way, it's also a nice thing, like with the square format of Instagram. It's not that easy often to put stuff in there. Although square often looks very nice. It makes things more aesthetic often to put it in that kind of ratio. But it's at the same time, it's a nice challenge to say, okay, what can I do with the square format if I have to put it in a square format like you have on Instagram? Okay, let's go. Oh, okay. Interesting. Pete or Petey? I don't know. I want to express the feeling of being alone and lost in the forest at nightfall. Okay, interesting. I haven't used the thirds rule in this cropped image. Interesting. It's an interesting idea. The guy is like really smudged into the edge. Do you say smudged? Like pressed into the edge. So often you want to avoid to have objects, especially objects cutting the edge. That can be a problem, you know, because it feels, it feels kind of strange and eerie if things just like touch the edge of the image. So either have them a little bit distant from the edge, or rather like make a decisive cut where the person is only parts in the image. We can also copy this over real quick. Let's make new from clipboard, and then I will take the original picture and put it in there, because then we can have the same ratio. Let's resize that real quick. I'm not sure how big the original is. Okay, that's a lot bigger. Whoa. 1 second, almost there. There we go. That seems close enough. Okay. So if this is touching, it's a bit strange, you know. You see how this, when you put it like that, it's touching here, almost. And that always feels a little bit strange. So if you move it over a little bit, so there's a bit more space, then it can feel like a bit more relaxed. It has a bit more breathing room. Also, this is touching down there, so then you also maybe move it over a little bit. And it's often you have this kind of problem where then another thing comes that touches, like the hand, and another thing comes that touches. That could be a problem. Or you can decisively like cut the person so it's like really cut by the edge. It doesn't touch the edge, but it's actually, there's a part missing of the person like that. And that's, I'm not saying this is a great crop if you would do it like that, but it feels more like, it feels better if there is, it's not touching the border, but it's actually outside of the border. You know what I mean? You probably would do that if it's a bit bigger. So let's see, let's make this a little bit bigger, like so. And then we have the person. Where could we put the person? It's actually not that easy. Let's see. I'm not sure if we can do something where this person is cut and still look good. That's really hard to cut this guy here. So maybe that's not the best example. If you take another, maybe take another picture where it's a bit easier. 1 second. Yeah, let's take this one here. Copy image. Put this in here. That's a bit easier. So if you make it like this, where it's kind of touching the edge, that always looks very strange. So it's rather better if you put it in the middle or somewhere where it's a little bit apart from the edge, or you cut it like really strongly and then you have something you put here. There's some other reason why this is cut. So you need that space on the side. But this looks better than this, because you feel like it has this kind of strange feeling, you know, if it touches the edge. And if it's decisively over the edge, it again feels like, okay, that's okay. Yeah, it's there for a certain reason. You know what I mean? So that can have a big influence there. You can also see that like there's stuff coming down here. So if you have this little edge here, that would look strange. And then you move it outside a little bit, and then this feels okay again. You know, so these kind of details can be important. All right. So the guy is a little bit too much in the edge, I would say. Hi, Francesca. Thanks for joining. Darktable. Raw therapy. What is that? DigiCam. I don't know these programs. I have to write them down. Is these, like, you say that for the comparison of the software? Because there's a lot of tools I don't know. 1 second. Oh my God. Okay. There's so many people who like create these apps now, right? Let me, where's my bookmarks? Show bookmarks. Let's drag this in here real quick. And then we have this, DigiCam. And then we have Darktable. I've heard Darktable before. I think it's like a competition of Lightroom. Okay, interesting. So I have to think about that, have a look at that. Could be really interesting. I think at some point I need like a test computer where I install this stuff, because if I have it on my main computer, it could maybe screw up the computer if I have like 30 different programs on there. All right. Okay. Here's the, oh, interesting. So the last one was from Pete or PT, I'm not sure. So thank you very much for that. Let's go to the next one. Sholu, thanks for posting. I've never been to New Zealand, but when I was, oh yeah, you said that they are upside down there. So that's interesting to think about that. This information with me, which is really interesting because they are upside down, and it's really strange to think about that like just below you, people are, everything is like people walking on the ceiling relative to you. It's so strange, really. I'm always like also kind of, I feel strange if I think, for example, if I go outside, I see people, I see children running around. And then I think about my own childhood and what I did, like with my parents running around, playing in the garden, stuff like that. And for me, it's like a long time ago, maybe 38 years ago or something, when I was 5. And for them, it's just beginning. Holy crap. Okay. Hey, Vincenzo, thank you very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for that. You are very welcome for the, yeah, absolutely. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Yeah. So those are interesting thoughts. I think also these can be sources for like stories that you can create with pictures, stuff like that, you know? So, and it's so strange. Like for me, it's long ago, and it feels like the past. It feels like a time and a world that is gone, and now the world is so different. But for them, the world is just starting. For them, what for me was the past, for them it's the now. You know what I mean? And that's so strange to think about it. Also, in another sense, if I think about my youth and where I was, like we had this, my father is from Greece, so we went to Greece every summer, and I have this kind of remembrance of the beaches and the sand between your toes and all these kind of things. And again, for me, that's the past. But at the same time, when I think about it, the sand and the shadow and the water, it's all still there. Nothing has changed about that. And has been there like 10,000 years ago. The same sand, the same shadow, the same water. So that is very strange to think about. That for me, it's a past, but actually nothing changed. I'm moving forward through time, but the stuff is still sitting there, you know? It's also moving in time, but you know what I mean. It will be there in 100,000 years. There's still going to be the same water, and people probably also sitting on the beach, hopefully. So really, really kind of strange. So in a sense, I could travel there, and I feel the situation of the past because it hasn't changed. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Anyways, okay. Oh, interesting. So it's a crop. It's also a combination of two pictures in that sense that tells this kind of story of on the other side of the world's upside down. So yeah, that is really interesting to think about that. It's also, you can do things about, by the way, I'm not sure if any picture did that, because I said you can't change anything about the picture. You can only crop it. Oh my God, we have to go a little bit faster. There's so many crops. Oh, someone changed the picture, I think. Okay, that's not good. Nobody, oh, there's one upside down too, but nobody thought about putting it in an angle. This is really interesting because, of course, you can crop in an angle too, if you want to. So that's pretty interesting. Okay. So this is more of an artistic approach here, but still interesting to think about these kind of things. Is it actually, it's cropped a little bit on the sides, right? Okay. Yeah. Nice. It's also nice how these, like, if you think about trees hanging down, you have this kind of different association with them. Oh, someone's writing something. Oh, okay, sorry. There we go. So thank you for that, Jean-Lou. Let's go to the next one. From Vincenzo. Hi. Thanks for your donation. That's pretty nice. Okay, again, we have one that's closer. Again, on the right side of the person, I think this is also like close to this kind of third line or even directly on the third line. Let's check that real quick. New from clipboard. There we go. Line of thirds. Yes, exactly there. On this, like the person, the center of the, not the center of the person, but of the back is right there in that point. So that's pretty interesting. Okay, cool. So a lot of people use that, these kind of rule of thirds thing. By the way, the difference between rule of thirds and the golden, not the golden ratio, this golden spiral is that the spiral defines how things flow through your picture, while the rule of thirds, this kind of grid, defines where, like, the ratio of the things and how they are, where they sit in the picture. Let's say it like that, you know? So they are actually two different things, which is interesting. Of course, they are also two different things because you can switch between them here. You can see here you have the golden spiral, and here you have the thirds grid. So they are not, although this is also called the golden ratio, but it's a different thing still, you know? So that's interesting to think about that. Okay, let's cancel that. And you can see how this kind of rule of thirds make things more balanced and more feel a little bit more cozy, feel a little bit more soft. So that's really interesting that it often has this kind of function. And I think probably the reason is also because it actually does balance things in the picture, because if you put things in thirds, they are not just somewhere. And also the other elements in the pictures are not just spread wildly, and there's not really chaos in the picture, but they are split into equally sized chunks because of the thirds. You could, of course, probably also go with other ratios like fourths or half or fifths or stuff like that. But the third, the good thing about the third is that we can still easily understand it with our eye. Because to split a picture into 3 parts, it's easy to imagine. Now, if I would say split it into 5 parts, you would be really it would be more difficult for you to imagine where the first fifth of the picture would end, you know? So the third is something still easy to understand. And the fourth we can still also understand, but it's even more stable, you know? It's not that interesting. We have this kind of, this is also a rule, the rule of odds. The rule of odds often makes things more interesting. And also there it makes most sense to have 3 things rather than 5 things or 7 things, so odd numbers, because you lose track of what's going on. 3, still easy to see. 7, like 7 different cats, 7 different dogs, that's a lot. You can't pay attention to 7 dogs at the same time, but you can pay attention to 3 dogs at the same time. So there's also our, like, how can I say, physical limitations of our mind, why these rules make sense to us, you know? Okay, so pretty nice, Vincenzo. Thank you very much for that. Very nice cut. Again, like also the characters on the right side of the picture, which also makes a change. It's really interesting. But I really like that on the left side you have a little bit more space. So I think for this, like this crop is, it feels more relaxed. Sorry. And less busy compared to the other picture, to the other side, where it's just a lot more going on in the picture. I use Google Photos. By the way, that's a pretty good point. We have never talked on this channel or in the community about these cloud tools, because they can be really amazing. And I also use Google Photos. And the interesting thing about Google Photos is that Google has a really advanced AI behind the Google Photos app. And of course, they also use Google Photos to train the AI in addition to that. So without tagging, if you go to Google Photos, without tagging your pictures at all, no keywords, nothing, you can enter sunrise. It will show you pictures of sunrise. You can enter the name of a church in a certain town, and if you have pictures of that church in that town, it will show you pictures of that church in that town without tagging anything. You can say cat pictures, or you can say bicycle pictures, stuff like that, and it will show you that. That is pretty amazing. That's pretty advanced stuff, because in the past you had to keyword that, and it's like a pain, first of all, to keyword them by hand, and then to think about what kind of keywords would apply to that. And Google does it on its own. That is really, really amazing. And of course, face tracking, stuff like that, also happening in there. I think the face tracking could be better, to be honest. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's very nice. I think in the past we will often not do this kind of sorting for ourselves, you know? You would just say, I don't know, to your computer or whatever, Siri or Google, show me the best pictures of my last holiday. And it will show you the best pictures based on things like that, like the golden ratio and the rule of thirds, the rule of odds, all these kind of things, analyzed in the picture, and it shows you the best picture. My phone already does that, by the way. I can do, it's called single shot. Is it called single shot or single take? 1 second. It's called single take. So my photo makes a 30-second video, and in the video afterwards, it creates photos from that video, and then it decides what the best picture is out of all of these photos. And of course, I get the choice to see if I really like the photo based on the other pictures it created for me. But it does the job of deciding, and often it's actually the best picture because we have these rules, you know, and you can apply them to them, you know. So that's pretty interesting. These kind of AI stuff that's coming. Oh, there's Jimmy. Is it the same Jimmy from the start of the chat? No, that's a different Jimmy. Okay, interesting. I'm really interested to see in software if we will see that more and more too. But by the way, I'm really surprised, and I mean, Google is often not that good at creating products for customers. They are better to create platforms or business-to-business applications. That's more their kind of thing. But if they could work together with, for example, let's not say a company. Let's say if they would open up their API and, for example, serif, like the Affinity guys, they would make something like Lightroom, but it would connect with Google Photo AI. So the software on your desktop could like understand what's the contents of your picture. That would be pretty amazing if you have that. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to talking about the pictures here. I cropped it so the trees in the foreground framed the picture on the either side. Aha! This is what I was talking before, like giving a side to it. To try to emphasize that the path is leading into the distance between the trees and curving right behind the trees and bushes. What awaits out of sight? Crop on an angle. Ah, okay. I can show you in a second. I started to explain that I didn't show you. I will show you in a second. Sorry. So this is actually this is an interesting part of framing your picture, and this is often more used in, for example, how can you say, movies, for example, or concept art, stuff like that. That you put things on the edges to bring the eye of the viewer back into the image and lead it toward the main character, and also like so your interest, your curiosity isn't floating or flowing out of the picture. It's kept inside of the picture because you can focus more on the center part, on the most important part. So that is actually a really good point to say, hey, I frame it with these two trees on either side. So the eye doesn't have to search beyond that. It knows, okay, this is a limit, even though it's just a 2D limit, but it still works as a border for our mind to say, okay, I don't have to look further than that. And then you can really concentrate on what's happening in between here. And I mean, the nice thing already about this picture taken by the original photographer is that the guy has a yellow jacket, which not only is a signal color, but also makes it the brightest part of the image. And especially here, it's the brightest part of the image because I think I closed already, again, the original image. But you know, from the before pictures, this is very bright. So, by the way, this is an interesting comparison. If you look at here, at this picture, the sky is very bright, so the brightness of the sky is distracting from the character down here. You see the character because you have the yellow signal color there, but you're not as focused on him, while here the person is the brightest thing in the picture, so your eye is completely drawn to that figure. So that's very nice. And also, through the cropping, like he says, you're creating a lot of visual lines. Like you can see here, like that the trees line up, they go into that way, and you have this line here on the ground that goes into that way, and like I say, it's bending down here. So there's a lot more visual lines that you can identify with your mind because less is going on in the picture and you're closer there. So that's actually a very nice picture. At the same time, it's closer in, but it gives you a lot more room. So you can actually connect better to this kind of room on the ground that you have here, which is nice compared to this, where you get lost in the size of the image. You can also compare, like if you have this image, how compressed this small space looks down here in comparison, because this looks so huge up here. And then if you look at this picture, how large now this space, it doesn't look compressed at all. It looks like really big, you know? So that's really interesting. Let's have a look at the angle. I will just copy this real quick over here. Let's post this to a new one. So what you could do, for example, if you crop it on an angle, let's go in here so we have a little bit more space. And then, for example, you can just rotate it a little bit like this, you see? So just a tiny bit, boom. And now if you go into the picture, maybe I should have cropped it another way. If you rotate the image a little bit, you get more of this kind of action perspective, or something is like moving or is strange, or you feel like there is movement in the picture. Or it can also feel like eerie or strange, something is out of order. This is often used also in movies where, like, if something horrible or is happening, or the person is losing their mind or something, then suddenly the ground starts to be like the camera's on an angle suddenly. So you feel like this is more disturbing. The the forest, for example, can feel more intimidating and scary, and something is off. You feel like, oh, okay, this is kind of a strange situation. So more like this kind of horror feel in this kind of situation. But if you have a sports situation, for example, with a car or something, then the angle can be more like movement and energy and power through this kind of having an angle. I'm not sure if we can. Let's see if we find a nice picture of a moving car. Unsplash. Car. Speed. Or maybe we even see that in the picture. Would be good to have a car that's coming towards us. Let's see. We could... maybe not this one. I mean, I can open this one up. Let's see. Can try this one. This is driving towards us. What is this? It's a tree or something. There's one moving. Is this at an angle? You can see here. This is at an angle. If you compare this, internet is slow. I hope my internet is still, my stream is still good. This is not loading for some reason. Is it that big? But you have seen it like in the overview as now it's gone. This one, how more energetic this can be if it's, and the car, I think it's just, I'm not sure if the car is driving or not, but the angle gives it more of an action kind of view. So this can also happen to the picture. Oh, there we go. We can copy this over real quick. New from clipboard. So if we crop this and make it straight again. You see, like it's this, it's kind of boring. There's not much happening because it's very static. The car could as well be parked and it looks like, yeah, it's just a car. Nothing special about it. And now if we have it rotated like that, it looks like, oh, power, there's something going on. It's more moving. There's more energy in that. And if we really have a moving car, where was the one where the car is moving towards us? Let's try this one. I didn't want to use that one, but let's try that. Let's go like this. And then we crop into that a little bit so we have space to rotate the picture. And then let's see. Should we do it like this? Oh my God, there's not much space here. Let's try that. Yeah, it feels more like there's more energy, right? It's not the best thing. We have to play around with it a little bit more, but it feels more moving, more energy compared to the static version here, right? We can also, let's do this. That's probably a better idea. I will just duplicate this layer here. And then let's take both of them and zoom them in like so. Okay, and now I can rotate one of them without needing to crop anything. Let's rotate this here. Good. Okay. So you can see how this changes the energy of the picture. You see? This is nice, but it doesn't feel like there's movement and energy going on. And here it's a slight angle. You can even make a more extreme angle, and it feels more powerful, more action kind of happening here. Should maybe rotate it a little bit more. So that could be a nice trick to get some movement and energy in there. And it's like this kind of emotional connection between the image and the way the image is taken and the way what is happening here. See? There you can actually feel how you're dragged backwards into your seat because of the angle of the photo and how this is like energy is pushing and happening here. And this is more like, nah, it's happening, but I can't really feel it. I'm not really connected to it, you know? So that can be an interesting thing to crop it and rotate it a little bit. All right, let's go back to the pictures. Oh my God, we have to go faster. I'm talking too much about all this kind of concepts. All right. Which was the last one? I think this one by Jimmy, right? So that's a pretty cool one. Thank you very much for that. Very nice crop, this one. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is Carol. Again, a small upload. I think the iOS devices like the iPad have a problem uploading to a bigger size. So what's the idea here? I want to emphasize the mystery of what is off the path. Is it worth exploring? The hiker has a choice to make. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. I mean, you have more focus on that path here. And you're more like in the scene because it's zoomed in closer. Maybe if the path was more in the middle of the picture, it would be even more, like it would be more focused on that. We can try that real quick. Let's copy this over and then take a bigger, whoa, what did I click? I clicked something. I clicked convert to curve. Okay, never mind. Let's close this. We have too much files open. There's a one. Okay. Let's copy this over to here and then pull this up. Make it almost the same size. Oh, we are missing a little bit of the picture anyways. So let's go like that. Damn it. Something missing here. There we have the original picture. Okay, that's better. All right. We already have to, no, it's a little bit smaller. Okay, close enough. Good. So let's have this, and let's see if we put this more in the middle, like so. Where's the center line? This is the center line, okay. Maybe a little bit more to the left, like this. What is the height of your person? That's also almost the same height, so let's remove that again. So I think if you have it, maybe if you have it, because now you have this tree in the middle, which is basically splitting the image into two sides, which also could be interesting to play with that. But you're very focused on this tree and the tree next to it, and the path is kind of hidden behind the trees. You feel like you would have to look around the tree to see it because the tree is now so dominant. And I feel like if the path is more in the middle, so this is more the main actor and the path is basically now framed between the tree and the person, you are more focused on the path rather than on the tree. So you have more of a, you see here, this compared to that, you have more of the impression of actually looking where does the path go in this kind of situation, while here it's off center. Also, there's some stuff happening over here with this kind of visual line that's a bit distracting. Here it's a bit more hidden because it's also a lot shorter. You see like how long this goes back here and basically meets back there with this other line, while here it's a bit shorter. It's not that, it doesn't feel like a long line, you see? Here it's a long line happening all the way back there, and here it's just like a small stub that could be a line or not, you know. So yeah, I think maybe that would be better to move it a little bit more to the center to have the attention more on the path in the picture. But the idea is really interesting. It's very nice. Okay, I should close some of the stuff here. We're getting a little bit too heavy on the different browser windows here. Okay, there we go. And also maybe close some of those. Not the original though. Okay, there we go. Good. All right. Can't see the forest for the trees. Yeah, that's one. All right. Oh, this one, I found this one really funny. That's from Colin. He named, is it the name Don't Leave Me? Is that the name of the work? I wanted to use this thin crop to show that all the attention of the viewer is on the person walking away by the lack of any outside detail. The view of the person back was? The view of the person's back and the empty path between them show, I think, both physical and emotional separation. Yeah, I know what you mean, but the person is so captured, like it's stuck, like in a what is these glass things you have in laboratories? A laboratory veil? Is it called a veil? Like these glass tubes where you put the liquid in. It feels like this guy's stuck in there. So, when I was looking at this, I was just thinking the brown torpedo or something, because he looks like he's a rocket flying with the path behind him. It looks very strange. I know, I understand what the idea is, but I don't think it works in that way. It's way too cropped in. Maybe make everything a little bit wider and keep him away from the edges a little bit. You can see how his head is already almost bumping against the top of the picture. It feels a little bit painful how much he's squished into that space. Now you see the full picture. Sorry, the test tube. Yes, the test tube. So it's a nice idea. I can understand. And here it looks even a little bit better, but he squished a little bit too much against the top. Again, we can try this out. Let's copy this over real quick. Make a new one here. Okay, let's put this, copy this over to here, and then try to get this in. So there we have the guy. So let's make this a little bit smaller. Wait a second. So yours is very much against the... I think even here you can use the rule of thirds. I mean, I can't even replicate this. Yours is like this, even more so. So yours is like the guy is really up against the ceiling. But if you put the guy down a little bit, like so, maybe up a little bit more, like here, it feels a bit more natural, you see? Of course, now you have more of the sky, so I know what you mean. You see, yet like you experience this the ground a little bit less. Let's see with the rules here. Yeah, we can even go a little bit smaller. You can also go maybe a little bit wider from the crop. Where was the picture? This one. Wait a second. Let me put the center point down here so I don't have to reshift the image all the time. No. Yes. Okay, let's go like this. Zoom in. So there's a little bit distance here. And then maybe let's make this a little bit wider on both sides. Ideally, doesn't do it. Is that not possible in Affinity Photo? Whoa, what's... Okay, that's not good. There's no button to make it crop in both directions, same way. That's kind of strange. It's a little bit wider. Okay, so now he has a bit more air to breathe. You still see a lot of the ground, but he isn't that stuck in here in the picture. So that is probably a bit nicer to look at compared to the version before, where he's like really stuck in that kind of test tube. By the way, you have seen before, like when you go with the crop tool and you hold control, it will give you this ruler that helps you like draw the horizon line, but you can also use it to rotate the picture a little bit. You see? Like you can go and say, okay, I want to have it on this angle, and then it's turning at this angle. And again, here you can see how this also, oh, come on, also changes the kind of action view in the picture. Can go like this. And so it's more, this is more dynamic. You can see like this has more this kind of moving forward motion. It's pushing the person into the like forest and feels like he's actually walking right now. And has this kind of subjective camera from behind he's an explorer in the forest, and things feel a little more quicker. Like here you feel not like a relaxed walk. It feels more like we are running through the forest trying maybe to get away from something or to get towards something, but you have a more of like this action kind of thing by just rotating it a little bit. So that can be an interesting tool for storytelling reasons. All right, let's go back. So very interesting cut. Yeah, thank you very much, Colin, for that. It's very creative, but maybe, like I said, play around a little bit with the elements. Okay, let's go. Oh, panorama look. Interesting. So this is a different kind of panorama compared to Sabine. Less extreme, but at the same time it has this. Is this a movie ratio? I'm not sure what kind of ratio that is. It looks like a movie kind of thing, you know, like this white movie kind of angle. You're welcome, Colin. So that's very nice. It's kind of cinematic. By the way, this is the first time ever that I'm looking at this picture and I'm seeing that there is this kind of fence here. Is this a different photo than we used in the other? What? Wait a second. There is a red fence. I've never seen that red fence. There's actually a red fence here. What? What is going on right now? 1 second. Let's switch over to the other picture. How did I never see that? It's so obvious. That is really strange. Oh, while we're talking about it, I have to show you something. I have to prepare that 1 second. I want to show you a picture if you know what's going on here. No, wait a second, like this. Yeah, let's do it like that. 1 second. This picture. Look at that picture. Do you see something strange? Like what do you see? What is going on in the picture? If you look at it, it's an optical illusion. And when you see it, some people see it right away, but some people are like, whoa, I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary, you know? So it's, if you see it the first time, it's kind of hard to switch back. Can I switch back? I'm not sure. Kind of. If I squeeze my eyes a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I have to like, now I can see the, yeah. So what is going on in the picture? I was really amazed when I saw this the first time, and you realize what's actually going on in the picture. It's really, really amazing. That it reminds me of this orange plastic fence. It's so apparent. It's so like standing out, but then I didn't see it. And all these kind of things that all the time I looked at the picture, never seen that orange fence. That is really amazing. Tell me if you see what's going on in this picture. If you think like, okay, there is something in there, or is it just a wall, or what's going on? Do you see something or not? I will wait for some seconds so you can write it in the chat. And then we switch back to the pictures. And again, I have to go a little bit faster. I'm talking so much about these different concepts. We're already talking like for 2 hours. Wow. You can't see anything odd? There is something that cracks off the wall. In the cracks. Looks like a mouse. Okay. Maybe it's a mouse? Looks like a close-up of a brick wall. Okay. So maybe it's a mouse that's in there. That's the optical illusion, but let's wait for a second more. You will be blown away when I tell you what the picture actually shows. Simon's Child photography. Is that another optical illusion, Simon's Child? I don't know. Okay, so make some more suggestions, and then I will reveal what it is. And Andreas has revealed it. There is a cigar. You see, here is like the ashes, and this is the cigar, and it's sticking out of the wall. And when you see it, it's like super apparent that there is a cigar in there. But first you think like there's just a stone, and this is a hole here, and that like the stone is just jammed into the wall. You don't see the cigar at all. That is so amazing. Yeah, I was so blown away when I saw this for the first time. It's so interesting how our eyes can miss things that are super apparent in the picture. Yeah. Yeah, it's very nice. Okay, let's go back to the. It's called. I just searched for cigar wall illusion. If you want to search for the picture posted on Facebook, can find it like that. Okay, so let's go back to this. Yeah, so that's what was that actually? I don't think we talked about that picture yet. I wanted to emphasize the mystery of what is. Oh no, we talked about that. I even showed it in the photo. So okay, thank you very much, Carol. Pretty cool. Did I? No, wait a second. We talked about something else. We talked about the panorama look. Okay, sorry about that. So that is pretty interesting. That yeah, it looks like panorama is like this is the interesting thing is that panorama actually feels different, and that by seeing less in a picture, we actually see more in a picture. Like if you think, for example, like now we have these, before we have 4:3 TVs, and now we have 16:9 TVs. And through marketing, they told us that we see more because the picture is wider, but actually you see less because the picture is less tall. So they cut like parts from the top and the bottom, and so you actually, the picture is smaller, but it's wider at the same time, you know? And it does make sense because our eyes are next to each other, so we see wide, we don't see in the height, you know? So if you think about your field of vision, up and down, you don't see that much, but wide, you see almost 180 degrees to the side. You can still see things, while up and down, it's completely different. You have to go, wait a second. I have to go to this angle to see my hand, which is about 45 degrees above my eyes, I would say, maybe 60 degrees. But I can go here. It's even a bit more than 90 degrees to the sides, where I can still see my finger on the side. So yeah, this is just, and of course, in that sense, it makes more sense. And this is why these panorama pictures like have really, they connect with us. We feel like open space because it's just how our field of vision works. So that can be very nice. This is also, by the way, why I like vignettes, and why I also like a little bit of blur on the side of the picture, because this is also how our eyes works. Not really in the sense. It's less bright around it, but at the same time, our eyes have actually more contrast on the sides, which you often realize that at night when you see something on the side of your vision field, and this is a very bright light, and then you look over and it's barely any visible light there. It's just like a small light point in the distance, because on the side, it's the brightness is enhanced, so you see stuff coming from the side, you know. So that's pretty interesting. The crop makes you see the fencing. Yeah, I completely did not see the fencing. That's really interesting. But I mean, in this, it's also a lot more apparent. It's in the center, and it's very prominent now, so it stands out. So it's really interesting. Also, like this is another element also of cropping. You can make things visual through cropping, but you can also hide things through cropping. Of course, hiding things through a crop is a lot more complicated. Yeah, if you want to do it intentionally, basically. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to do that, to be honest. There's probably some rules how you would crop something to hide things in an image. That's an interesting subject to read about. All right, so that was pretty cool. Thank you very much, Willem. Very nice crop. Looks really cool. Very atmospheric picture. So thanks for that. Okay, let's go to the next one. Wait a second. How many more do we have? Oh my God. I have to go faster. I'm talking too much. I mean, we have talked about a lot of theories, so maybe we don't have to repeat everything. So let's go a bit faster with the next images. This is from Jeff. Thank you very much for posting. All of these tree was distracting, so I cropped using the golden spiral. I think the remaining tree frames the subject between subject better, and keeping the height make for a more impactful image. But that's just me. Okay, interesting. So let me see. How is this different from the original? Is this the original? I think so, yeah. So this is very white. There's some space here. There's some, like, now that I know this here is like so, like, in your face with this bright orange. I've never seen that before. It's really interesting. Ah, okay, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so it makes it, you feel the height more by cropping the sides, reducing them, and then through the ratio, everything feels a lot taller, which is a nice device to create that. Very interesting. Okay. By the way, again, I'm drifting off into a theory, but if you concept art golden spiral. Let's have a look at that. Because in concept art, it's easier often to see if you search for that, to see how the connections are between different things. So for example, here you can see it very nicely. Yeah, maybe here not so much. Here you can see it nicely. Let's look at these two. You can see how this is like very much following this. I mean, maybe a bit too much, but to building up this kind of impression in the picture through this a golden spiral. And this is, in this sense, the spiral tells you where, not just where you should put things in the image, but the flow of things through the image. So that's a big difference between this rule of third and this spiral, is that you want to have things follow. You want to have a certain balance between the different flows and the different energies in the image. And this helps you to create these flows in the image, you know? This feels like is actually a spiral is sitting the wrong way around, because if you look at the body, is following like a motion, and this down here doesn't follow emotion at all. So that's pretty strange. Very not a good example. Let's see, here we have something else. Interesting. Yeah, you can also see here on this how they put the characters here. I'm not sure if this was planned with this kind of ratio, or if it's just like, I mean, this is landing here on the hand, which is not really important to the image because this is the main character, so I'm not sure this actually applies. Okay, maybe that's not a good example. Maybe that's a bit better. Kind of. I mean, it has this kind of flow in there, so that's nice to have that. It's always also important to look at the right examples, because a lot of stupid things like we have seen before, I don't think this has any kind of application here, but maybe I'm wrong about that. There is, by the way, if you want to know about that, there is a YouTube channel for that. It's about concept art, but it explains a lot of visual concepts. Wait, Feng Tzu? Is that? Yeah, this one. Oh, this guy is like, I was really obsessed with his channel. You can be really intimidated by the channel too. So fair warning, if you watch the videos, you can feel like you really suck at art. Because if you look at the works, they're like, they're just like amazing. But he compares, he explains these kind of visual concepts, especially in the older pictures, like with these numbers here. If you look at them and you go to the early ones where he explains the early concepts of things, yeah, there's a lot of information, a lot of knowledge in here. I think this one is a good one here. This is a little bit of this, like, not photo bashing, but he does a little bit of photo bashing to build up a scene, to create a quick concept of a scene. And then he also explains with this, for example, with this war robot here, why are there different. Let's click on this real quick. Let's turn off the sound so we don't have a copyright problem here. So you can see also here, this is like, he puts elements at the sides here and also at this side, so you don't have visually to go out of the picture. You can look at these different elements, and then you have this motion toward that element, and this is the brightest part of the picture because this is where the action is happening, the main action. There's other action down here which you can have with silhouettes and highlights, so you look at this a little bit, and also here you have a brighter background and darker figures, so you can again through the silhouettes see that there are people here. So there's a lot of things used, and he is somewhere in the picture. Yeah, he's also then putting stuff into the picture throughout the process of explaining all of this. And sometimes he draws these red lines, but I can't find the position now. Here he explains some things about how the energy flows in the picture. Yeah, here you can see, this is, I think, from a student, a picture from a student, and you can see how different that is, how unbalanced this is, how the energy just goes everywhere. You don't know where to look, you don't know what is going on. The eye is not guided at all in this kind of composition, so that is not a good composition. And if you compare it to this one, the eye is very guided, you're very focused, you're very embedded into the picture, and you can follow the flow of the story in the picture. So that's very nice. And this is why I like concept art, to understand how pictures are done. And then you can do the same thing in photography. Not only if you build up the photography by setting everything up with a model and the situation, the angle, but also like if you are out there to think what's the right angle to photograph something, how should you put everything in the picture, from where's the camera and what daylight and all these kind of other situations. Okay, enough talk about that. Okay, and of course afterwards with editing and cropping and stuff like that. But I really suggest you check out his channel if you want to know more about these things. He explains them very well. But like I said, he can be very intimidating with like just how good the stuff is he's doing. Okay. Yeah. So that is very nice. A very nice crop to make things look higher and a little bit more intimidating. And through the making it smaller, it looks higher through the ratio. Okay, thank you very much, Jeffy. Let's go on to the next one, which is from Will. Again, zoomed into it, more private, more intimate, with the main character in the picture. The image has many strong elements. I chose the path stretching out to the upper left, just the opposite of looking space. Here we are seeing where the walker has come from. Okay. So this is basically a look in the past, and this is nice because it's a very good explanation also, because here we are focused on the path that is already behind the our explorer here in the picture. So we look a little bit into where he came from, and because he's also he's walking above the middle of the picture, he's not any longer moving into the picture, but he's moving like outside of the picture. He's leaving the picture towards the end. You know what I mean? Again, we can look at this in cropping this a little bit here. Let's make this smaller here. And so if, for example, we have this kind of situation like so, you can see that because he's over the half, you have left like the middle of the picture. Again, always also think of pictures as a 2D space, not just as a 3D space that you see in the image, because your mind also uses these kind of 3D rules to define what is what in the image. Like I said, if you have a visual thing that covers all of the picture from top to bottom, you feel like it's a visual border, even if it's not an actual border in the image, you know? So here, where the image ends tells us if the person is walking into the picture or out of the picture. So if I move this down here, doesn't move down, 1 second, like this. If you move it like this, you can still see that the person is moving into the space. You see? There's a lot of space in front, there's very little behind, so he has a lot of way to move into it. And if I move this up, like so, he has already a lot of space behind him. There's not that much space before him. And this is also interesting. Look at how short this path now is. Doesn't feel very long, right? He's almost at the end of the path. While here, for some, like suddenly, the path looks very long. He has a long way to go. You know, here it feels like this is maybe, I don't know, 30 meters to walk. This feels more like maybe 8 meters or something. So you change also the distance awareness in the pictures. That can do a lot for the image and what you, how it feels, how the character feels. So that's an actual very good point. Thank you, Chef. No, sorry, Will, for posting that picture. Also very nice crop. Really like that. Very cool. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Here we have Polly. I wanted to emphasize the density of the forest by cropping away the bottom of the original to show just a thicket of the tree trunks, leaving it to the viewer to imagine what's below. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. You're a developer. Okay, interesting. Good. Okay, thanks. This is another interesting thing to have. So, like you said, you wonder what's below, but at the same time, because you don't have any ground here, visually you feel like the forest has more kind of this floaty effect. It's in the air, it's not connected to the ground because you can't see the ground. You have to imagine it, and also visually it's just not there. So in this sense, the forest feels more free and floaty and lighter because it's not stuck to the ground. So this can be a very nice element also. I would say also in this kind of crop, the forest feels more dreamy and less intimidating in that kind of sense. Yeah, so that's very nice. It also, the interesting thing is here, because you don't see the ground and it's harder to understand the perspective that's going on, you don't have this kind of depth perception. So it's a bit more abstract. It becomes more of a pattern. And the forest becomes more of an interesting rhythm rather than being a space that's fleeting into the picture and has this kind of being lost in the wild kind of situation. You know what I mean? So that can be very nice. Yeah. You're welcome, Jeff. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you, Polly, for that. Amdros has the next picture. I hope I pronounced it right. I didn't want to lose too much of the composition. Tighten the image, given the eye less distraction. I also want to keep the way the subject is scaling the environment. Okay, interesting. So how is this different from the original? Let me see. 1 second. Let's go back to the original real quick. Can we do that? Yes, there we go. So there's a little bit less ground here. We can actually copy this over so we have a direct comparison. Oh, okay, that's way smaller. I would say, let's see. Yeah, that's almost the right size. It's actually the right size. By the way, yesterday when I was visiting my friend where we took the pictures for the thumbnail, I was the first time in years actually using Photoshop, because he's using Photoshop to edit his pictures. And I was really surprised how much more complicated it is to use Photoshop. Of course, like if you haven't used it for some years, you're not in the flow as much. But some things are actually more complicated. You have to do more steps to get the same results as an Affinity Photo. Of course, you can do more things in Photoshop. So the complexity also comes from that, because you want to have more. If you how can I say? Anyways, but Affinity Photo is a lot easier to understand and easier to use. You get quicker results with that. It's not as, like I said, you don't have these as many steps in between, so you can't do the settings of these steps in between. But at the same time, if you know what you want to get, you can get it really quickly in Affinity Photo. So that was really surprising to see that. Okay, again, let's go back to the picture. So you cropped a little bit of the left side, so the space is gone here, and also from the ground. So there's not that much ground in the picture. Let's see again. And this, of course, makes the picture taller, or not the picture, sorry, the trees taller. And yeah, that's very nice. It's less distracting, yes, because there's less going on here on the left side. You're not as lost in the picture as in the original. So you're more connected, and you're a bit closer also to the main character. So everything feels a little bit more rooted, and you can see the height of the trees. But I would say in this case, not really in a very intimidating way. So it still feels nice to be there, to explore that. So this feels nicer than this one in the sense of here you feel a lot more lost maybe. It's that the forest feels very big. And here you explore a nice forest with tall trees, but you're not that lost in the image. So that's very nice. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Andros. Let's go on to the next picture. Oh my God, that's very small. From Martin, I cropped this way as I wanted to focus on the nature, Earth's colors. That's also interesting. Although in this case, this would be interesting now. Did you see that there is an orange fence there or not? Because if you wanted to capture the nature and then you put this kind of like plastic fence in there, that's of course distracting from it showing just the nature. So it's interesting that you didn't choose the other side, because here on that side you have just nature, and also you have basically more nature, because here you have these paths that I would say even that is an artificial path where like a car or like a truck was driving to probably get trees out of the forest. A tractor is what I meant. While on the other side, it's more like an actual, more natural forest. The only thing that's not that naturally looking is that these trees are either by coincidence or by planting them in this kind of line here. So that makes it look a little bit strange. A very plant. You see, they also... This is kind of strange. They also go the same direction. This is probably part of the lens. I don't think they lean all in the same way to the left. This is part of how the lens is kind of, yeah. If you see it now, okay, now it makes more sense. It's just a perspective. Okay, interesting. Good. All right. So, but I can understand what you mean. So that's very nice. That's a good idea to like crop the person out of that, just show the forest. In this case, because of the perspective and this leaning, it makes it look a little bit eerie. Maybe if you rotate it, by the way, we can try that. Let's make a crop here. Similar to what you did, I think like this maybe. And then let's rotate this a little bit. Let's see. What happens if I do this? Oh, okay, this actually works. Okay, so I can make this straight. This is not straight, but at least we have one tree that is straight. Whoops. No. Oh, there's two pictures here. 1 second. This is locked. Well, there we go. Oh, now we have the guy again. So we have to recrop this. Let's go like this. Okay. So now it feels a lot more straight. As you can see with these trees, this is not straight over here. You could maybe use a perspective tool to try to get these a little bit straighter. But in this case, it feels more like here it's very bending to the side, which you can use. But again, it looks more like energy. It looks more like action. You could use this perspective like if you, for example, in a movie, a ghost is flowing or flying. A ghost is flying through the forest, and you have this kind of a little bit on the angle to feel it more like something out of the world is happening in this forest. And this feels more rooted and stable if things are straight. Which, by the way, is the reason why in architecture photography all the walls are straight. because the house feels more stable and more solid and feels like it lasts longer, rather than you have this kind of perspective thing where the walls are not straight visually, you know. So that's pretty interesting. That this is why they change it. It feels more worthy. The house feels more worthy. So that's pretty interesting. So they have a lot of tricks in architecture photography. Also fisheye lenses to make the room look bigger, and nice light and stuff like that, and warm colors, and you can do a lot of things to make a room look completely different just by changing some things. And it's still the actual room, so that you couldn't even say, hey, you lied to me, the room, that's not the room, it's actually the room. You just like improved some things afterwards. Okay, thank you, Martin, for posting the picture. Simon says, I cropped this picture using a square format. I wanted to make the picture about the person with the rucksack and the curvature of the path. I wanted to bring the autumn colors on the ground to the fore, along with vertical symmetry of the trees. Wow, there's a lot of thoughts going into this. I opted to include full tree forms on the top of the picture to show that the walker was in the forest with tall pines. Oh, okay, interesting. I love the way that the yellow anorak stands out. Originally, I wanted to do a closer crop of the person, but felt that this would detract from the impact, openness, and beautiness of the forest. Here's your pick. Are you a Rainmaker? You're Simon, or what? It's a bit strange when you have different usernames on different pages. I can't make the connections, but it's also always funny. There is actually a very nice crop, very balanced also. And in this case, you have this, what I showed before, that the tree is not in the middle, and so the path is the center part, and it's framed. The path is framed between the tree and the person, so you can really focus on that. So that's very nice. Yeah, that's really cool. It's also, by the way, this is another thing I want to show you here with the horizon line. Something that you can do is, let's put this here, new from clipboard. Let's have a look at these lines. And you can see that the horizon is almost at the center, but not quite. It's a little bit below the center. And this makes things look more natural. But because if things are dead center, this is also something you can think about if you put elements like graphic elements or text or something into a picture or into your design or something like that. If you put it dead center, it feels very like too stable, too centered basically. But if you put it a little bit below that center line, it feels more natural, you know? So that can help a lot and makes it feel like more softer in a sense, you know what I mean? We can try this also real quick. Let's go like this. And then we put a text here. Hello. Like so. So if I put this center, that feels like really, it's a bit too much. But if I put this a little bit lower or a little bit higher, like just a little bit, you see like this, it feels a bit more relaxed already, you know. Let's go back. So this is right in the middle, like so, and this is a little bit below that, you see. Or you can also go a little bit higher depending on what you want. But if you can see also, if this element is a bit higher, it becomes a bit top heavy, so it feels a little bit less stable in that sense. So you kind of feel like you want to have something down there, like a graphic element or something like that. But if it's below the middle line, of course, we know, like from the weight on how things work, if it's lower, it's more stable. It's less likely to tip over. So this feels more stable now than the other version where the text is up here and you feel like the thing could like fall over, you know. So you can think about that. Also, but you can also say like this is more energetic because it has the potential to move. Like this is more balanced and sits like more stable. So this is also less energetic and has less potential to move. So you can also define with that kind of the energy of your design of what you want to do with that, right? Yeah. Okay. And this also not just for text, but also for photography, right? Okay, let's go on. So thank you very much, Simon. That is a very nice crop. And like I said, it's very, you show the forest and the openness of the forest and the nature is there, but at the same time, you're focused on the path. So there's not too much of the sky and the forest going on here to be distracted by that. But at the same time, you realize there's a nice high forest going on, high trees, while you can focus on the path. So that's pretty nice. Very cool crop. And also a nice way to work with this, I would say square format. Is it square? I think so. All right. Let's go on to the next one. Okay, again, very small. This is very centered also. This is from Thomas. Let's read the text first. The destination is the trees in the background and the trail moves a point of interest. The trail moves a point of interest. Not much difference for Simon Childs. But this is what I would be seeing if I was walking behind the person. Who is Simon Childs? Is Simon Childs the original photographer of the picture? So this is Thomas. 1 second. Who is Simon Childs? Is it a famous photographer? No, he's called Tom Holmes. Or maybe it's another person who posted in here. Where was the picture? Oh, this is, it was, sorry. Okay. Oh, wow. So, yeah, this is what the person I just looked at, and this is the picture behind that. Okay, sorry for that, for not understanding that. But what you can see here, if you look at these two pictures, is that yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you. It's me. Okay. If you have the person a little bit to the side, so also off center, the person looks more dynamic. And when you have this person in the center, like in this picture, the person feels more, I mean, this is not exactly in the middle, but it feels very much in the middle. It's more stable, you know, it's less moving, it's less dynamic. And this can have a huge impact on the emotional connection or the emotional expression of the person. You know what I mean? So, for example, if you put a person in the center, the person feels more powerful if you look at it, and more intimidating. This is not exactly in the middle. Let's have a look here. So let's see the center line. This is the center line, so it's a little bit to the left. Not exactly the center. Okay. And so you will also see, like, for example, if you look at movie posters or stuff like that, if a person is very much in the center, it often either explains that the person, or shows that the person has a lot of power, or it can also show that the person has too much power, like madness or something like that. You know, the villain or something. It can look intimidating or aggressive, or it can also look very stable and powerful, and the person is knowing what he's doing, while when the person is off to the side, like in this, no, that's the same picture. In this picture, there is more, it's imbalanced, but at the same time, this gives more opportunity to be moving. So in this case, the person can feel, the person feels weaker, can feel weaker, let's say like that, don't have to, but at the same time, he can still move more. He isn't like put by all, he isn't held by all energies in the center of the image. Okay. But can move around. I'm not sure if you hear the sirens around. I'm living at a street where these how's it called? The cars from the hospital are called ambulance. The ambulance cars are moving always in this street. By the way, this is an interesting thing. Did you know that the like, at least here in Austria, I'm not sure, maybe in other parts of the world it's different, the ambulance does not belong to the hospital. It's a different service. I didn't know that. A friend told me he works for this kind of, for a company, he's an ambulance worker. I'm not sure how you would say that. And he said these are companies, and then they decide to bring you to which hospital depending on where the thing happened, like the accident or whatever. But they are not the same, because I always thought, like you see in the movie, there are ambulance cars parked outside of the hospital, and they start from the hospital, then go to the accident, and then bring you back to the hospital. That's completely not how that is working. They have like these stations all over the city, like fire stations, for example, where they have these ambulance cars, and then they drive from the closest one to the accident and then to the hospital, but they don't come from the hospital and they don't belong to the hospital. So that's really interesting to know that. And this is also why I have a lot of them driving down here, because they are basically using this as the main road. And there's not really a hospital. Is there a hospital? There's a hospital around here, actually. Yeah, but that's not the reason for that. Okay. Yeah, my brain is flying away again. This is completely in the center here. So, by the way, thank you very much, Thomas, for posting that picture. Did I talk about the picture at all? I think we talked about the center part. What was that again? The destination is the trees in the background. Moves a point of interest. Yeah. But you can see in this, like if he is that much in the center, he feels less moving than if you compare it to this picture where he has, like he feels more connected to the path and is actually like, has more opportunity to move, while here he feels like more as he's standing and looking at the forest. We will see more of that in this picture here. It's very similar from the crop. It's only wider, so I think we can talk at the same thing by looking at the other picture too. So you can see here, I think this is actually dead center in this one. Let's have a look. Boom. Yes, this is completely centered. And you can see, like, even though the legs are moving, you feel like more the person is standing in the picture, because center is a very stable position compared to if you would move the person off to the side. Let's move the person here, and then let's stretch the forest out here a little bit, like so. This didn't work because we have to rasterize this first. Rasterize. You know what? I want to copy this first. Okay, and then we can move this over to the side like so, and then we will stretch this part out a little bit. Like so, and then move this in a tiny bit, and then we are done. Okay, good. So now we have this. Let's center this again. Boom. Okay. So you can see that looks very stable, and this looks rather dynamic, just because the person is off the center. You see how much that makes a difference, and you can also see like how this person feels very powerful. Could be the hero of the movie, something like that. So this guy is knowing what's going on. He doesn't feel lost. He is like on top of the situation. While this guy is off center, he's imbalanced because of that, and he's more like walking and maybe searching, maybe being lost or something. He's more dynamic in that kind of situation. So it can, like I said, it can stand for weakness. It can also stand for freedom or stuff like that. While this stands for decisiveness and strength and stuff like that. And you can see like how this is like everything seems like to be focusing on him, while he is more in the room, which is also a nice differentiation between these two kind of positions of the person. That in this, if you put the person in the center, the person is basically dominating the space around the person and has control over the space, while in this situation, the person is placed into the space. So the space is more dominant, and this person is basically a character that is part of the space and moving around in the space, while in this situation, how can I say, the character is not not so much part of the space, but maybe more like owning the space, you know what I mean? Did I explain that good? I'm not sure. Okay. I hope you know what I mean. Whew. Thank you, Agnes. That's nice. I think today we are just talking about cropping concepts. I think that's going to be the main part of this live stream, because we already have talked for 2.5 hours. And it's like incredible how much you can talk about just cropping a picture. It seems so simple, but there's a ton of things you can do with that. Okay, let's go to the next one by Peter. My cropping symbolizes the death of nature. Oh, wow. Okay. Man is lost in a destroyed forest. Okay. Climate change is causing numerous trees to die. The increasing through drought makes afforestation impossible. Ah, okay. The death of nature. That is. I mean, it doesn't really like the nature is so powerful in this crop that it doesn't look like the nature is dying. It's more like the humankind has died out, and this is maybe the last survivor, because it is really like put down by the surrounding nature. It's actually interesting. How would you crop that? Probably the other way around, where you see, we can look at pictures from the apocalypse. 1 second. Hey, by the way, while we're here, I don't even have that here right now. I should. Anyways, let's have a look at the apocalypse movies. Let's look at some posters. How do they solve that? No, movie posters. No, this is the apocalypse. Ah, okay. But wait a second. What did you write? The death of nature. There's a lot of burning here, of course. They mostly use like these kind of visual elements of. They often have this kind of end of civilization thing that's going on. Also here, like also desert and stuff. It's kind of how I have no idea how you would crop a forest to show the death of a forest. If there's a full like growing healthy forest. So that's probably hard to do. Interesting. By the way, you can see like in a lot of these pictures how they put the hero into the center of the image, you know? So this is like a strong hero. I have a strong hero. Also these guys, like if you look at that, they feel like pretty okay. They feel like, yeah, we have this covered. We are like end of the world, but we still have fun. We are not worried about the thing. Oh, here you have like on an angle. They are in the center, but the angle makes it more dramatic, so they still feel lost in that kind of situation. While here, if you have this Mad Max thing, again, these are center, pretty powerful, but of course standing next to each other with the back, so they are against each other. And then we have this, where's this Mad Max thing we had? Can't see it. Ah, there we go. So he's more off the center, you see here? So he feels more lost. He's smaller, he's off the center, he doesn't feel like he's in control. He's in this, you can see like how the landscape is dominating, and he is like, what's the right word for that? Subdued by the landscape? No, that's not the right word. But you know what I mean. So that's pretty interesting. how that's like center off center. Also here, like the guy, he is in the center, but he's also off center. He's more to the right side. So this feels less powerful. Also, he's on his knees, of course, so that makes it less powerful, but he feels more lost than, for example, this guy completely in the center, and he feels more powerful. You see the difference? So that's really interesting how that changes just by putting person a little bit off center or not. Yeah, I don't know how you would crop that to show the end of the world. But because here nature feels very dominating. I know what you want to show, but probably just that the subject of the picture isn't the right one to show that. You know? Oh. Ah, Lolo. Come, Lolo. Sag hallo. Ui. Ah. Ay. Lolo. Ooh. Come. 1 second. Ooh. Hey, Lolo. Hello. Okay. Oh, there we go. By the way, check out other side. Check out not today, but on Saturday. I will put this on my vlog, so you can already go and click on this link. You can't click on this link, but you can put it in your browser and check out, subscribe to my vlog channel over here. And then this will be posted on Saturday. And on Saturday, I will do a tutorial on how I edit night pictures. And then on the vlog channel, I will show the challenge of how I took the night pictures in competition with this other photographer and what kind of results we got with that. So yeah, check that out. Okay, let's get back to our photo cropping challenge here. Oh, this is a bit high now. Okay, there we go. All right, so thank you very much for that, Peter. Let's go to the next one. Antonio said, I've tried some different cuts, but without adjustment, it is more difficult to change drastically the mood of the photo. Then decided to choose this one so I can get only nature and a single walker on the a single walker. Okay. Ah, walker. Yes, that's what you would say. I was thinking about Walking Dead because walker, zombie. Okay, interesting. On the land path that lives near the edge of what we can see on the photo. There is a plastic orange fence. Okay, yeah, so you did see the plastic orange fence on the left side of the picture, and I've decided not to include it. And we can stick feeling off on what? And we can stick feeling off on a distant forest hiking. I see. Okay. So this is just nature, no human elements other than the path, of course. Yeah, interesting. Also balanced. So that's very nice. Like I say, again, closing up into the picture. By the way, if we like what you said from the cutting and being difficult through the cutting, that is a good idea to think about when you take a picture. How much and how do I want to edit it afterwards? And it makes sense that you would photograph it wider than you would actually have the picture afterwards, because then it gives you an ability to actually afterwards crop the image to what you want to have. Because if you are like already zoomed in to where you couldn't crop anything, you can't cut away anything, afterwards you're really limited in the sense of what you can do with the picture. Whoa. Okay. So by the way, this is something also I learned from filming with the camera for the vlog videos, and also like learning about how to film videos and telling stories through video, because in video you have to do a lot more thinking about that, because the picture is moving and you want to frame the shot afterwards to have that movement make more sense in the picture. So you do a lot more of that rather than with a photo where often you just take the photo as you want it to be as the end result. But it makes a lot of sense to think about maybe go a little bit further away, maybe zoom a little bit more out with your lens to capture more of the scene and then crop into it afterwards, if you have the resolution, which you should with a modern camera. So that gives you a lot more possibilities to play around with the picture, you know. Shooting a little too much is a top tip. Yes, absolutely. Make more pictures than you need to. Of course, unless you're like on a trip where you take like 10,000 photos of your holiday, then maybe don't only do it on the important situations, not on every kind of situation. I used to do it in the past, like 10 years ago or something. Like every photo, I took like 3 or 4 of them because I thought maybe one is blurred or something else, or I want to have a different perspective. But then if you have like suddenly, I don't know, you come back from a trip and you have 8,000 photos, you're not going to sort through them. So yeah, now I have just like unsorted pictures I never looked at again because it's just too much. But if it's an important situation, I would overshoot. I would take more photos than you need to, which is an interesting thing. Like if you have a situation, take the same picture from different angles. Like go a little bit lower, a little bit higher, walk some meters to the right, to the left, take some different photos. And then you can see at home if the picture is a good picture or not, because on the little screen of your camera, it looks different. You can't really decide if it's a good picture or not, which also is a reason why if you have the space on your memory card, and they are super cheap right now, so you shouldn't delete pictures on your camera. You should delete them when you come home, because often, like I said, you can't decide on the screen. Like it might look stupid on the small screen, but then if you look at it on the big screen, you think like, wow, that's actually a good picture. If maybe I crop it a little bit different and do a little bit of editing, it can be really a very cool shot. And on the little screen, it looks stupid. So don't delete it on the camera if you don't have to. Like, of course, if you don't have any more space, that's a good idea. Okay, so thank you, Antonio. Looks really cool. Very interesting picture. I think we have already talked about the different concepts here. So yeah, very nice. Thank you for that. Okay, here we have one upside down. So very different. This looks like a reflection. Someone looks like snow. Yeah, it can also look like snow. That's pretty interesting. Let's make this bigger so you can actually, okay, very pixelated. Yeah, it could look like a reflection in the water. So that's actually interesting kind of way. And you can also, like I said, through cropping, you can make things look like a pattern, like more like an abstract thing. You can work out new elements in the picture you wouldn't see otherwise. So that can be a very nice device to work with photography in a different way, and to also find new things in pictures or new ways to take pictures in that sense. So that's very interesting. It's very nice. Yeah, pretty cool. Thank you for that creative crop of the photo. And yeah, it actually looks like snow. So that's pretty cool. Very nice. All right, okay, let's go on to the next one. Oh, there's one that's again very extreme by Marcy. By the way, I don't know. Is Marcy a full name or is it an abbreviation of a name? Because I don't know. I know of course, from El Bundy, we know Marcy, like the famous role. But I don't know if this is an actual name or if it's like a short version. Like, I can't think of an example right now. Anyway, you know what I mean. Okay. I think there's also short versions that over the time have become an actual name, right? Like, for example, Joe, instead of Jonathan or whatever this is short for, Jonas or something, Joe, and then people are just called Joe. It's just a full name. Marceline, really? Marceline is the long version of Marcy? Interesting. I've never heard the name Marceline. It sounds interesting. Okay. Okay, so I was taken by the reflection in the tiny puddles. That's a good eye for detail. In the very foreground, that got to think, how come this walker who's just walked through this wet mud bog has perfectly clean feet? Oh my God, what is really going on? That is a lot of eye for detail. That's actually interesting. This, yeah, so maybe he didn't walk through that or something. They just like, this is also some, like I said, with framing the shot, thinking about the angle of the camera. Maybe he didn't come from that direction. He walked somewhere else, but then just the shot looked cooler, so they placed the actor basically in the way as if he had walked down that way, just to make it look better in the image, you know. So which I would say is legit, because photography is a way of telling stories through the medium of image. It's not just documentation, so you can like just change some elements to tell the story better, rather than just documenting, making a photo that doesn't really show what you actually want to show. And so that can be can make sense. Colin, okay, thank you very much for watching. It's already very, yeah, okay, it's already getting late. Early tomorrow. Yeah, you are absolutely welcome. Thanks for watching. All right. So that's interesting. It's like, again, very close into that. Probably if you would take a photo like that, maybe you would take a little bit of a different angle to maybe, for example, get the camera closer to the mud. Still show the feet and the background that move through that, but be closer to the ground to have a better relation, get you more detail of that. By the way, a low angle camera is something you can do a lot with. Like there was another shot in someone asked in the community about a duck picture, and if you photograph birds, let's go to Pinterest or let's keep Google. We have better examples maybe here. Bird. Is there something? So what you can do with low angles is that you can get the like here, for example. I mean, this is flying. He could be up in the sky, but here you have the sky in the background. So that can be really interesting element. Or here, for example, with this one, you can see the camera is very close to the ground. So you see landscape behind that. And the bird is in an open space that makes it more like less compressed. You know what I mean? It's more of a scene. The landscape is more of a stage, and you have this actor in the center of the stage, and so it feels more like the bird is actually placed in the world, and it's more interesting. While when you just stand up and take a picture, like you would usually do, let's go to Pinterest now, because there we can find a lot of these pictures. Let's go to bird. Let's go. Actually, this is also interesting. Bird, you get a lot of these pictures that give you a nice background. Now, if I enter duck, you will see that ducks don't get that kind of attention. So duck pictures, often just photographed from standing and taking a picture. Is kind of strange, right? I don't know why that's happening. Maybe ducks are so common that we don't feel like we need to photograph them in a special way. But you can see, like, if you look at this photo here, for example, can we make that bigger? Maybe. There we go. So you can see how the background is just pushing up against the bird. It doesn't give you any kind of room. It doesn't place it nicely in the world. It's just like, it's just there. So if you have the camera closer to the ground, you can create that room. Again, here you can see another picture where you have more room behind it. Here's a little landscape behind, opens the picture up. So that's a very easy trick. And if you have a camera, a DSLR, where you can push out the screen and like rotate it, you can just put it upside down and have it on a stick. You don't even have to go to the ground. You just pull the stick down, like, for example, your tripod. And then, of course, you need to have like a remote to shoot the picture. But that's an easy way to get the camera to the ground without going yourself that low. Okay. And of course, if you have a smartphone, you can just talk to the smartphone. Like, for example, if I want to take a picture, I say, please smile. And it takes a picture. It's made for selfies. So that's very nice. Why don't we have that with other cameras? Why can't I talk to my DSLR? This is a question I have for a photographer, photo companies. You know, I feel like that should be there already, you know. Yeah, I will let my cat out. They are hungry. 1 second. I'm back in a second. Oi. Lolo. There you go. I think I will just keep the door open. Okay, I'm back again. Okay. Jeff is again hyping up the crowd. Thank you very much for that. Pretty cool. Marcy is a version of Marcia, Latin feminine for Marcus. Oh, interesting. It's also a variant of Marcy with an epsilon, also Latin. Okay, I didn't know that that name is so old. Interesting. Pretty cool. Isn't it amazing how names have been around for thousands of years and still are the same names? Like so many things have changed over time. Like how towns are called or how we call our food or stuff like that, and then names are the same. Oh, this is very similar to the shot we have seen before. So this is by Marco. I wanted to keep that the guy on middle of the bottom rule of the thirds line, but to keep a bit of foreground to show where he's coming from and to leave 2/3 to show where he's going. Sky is ugly. So I had to be removed. Trees and fog gave mystical look, and I wanted to keep them to have some kind of intrigue. I see direction in which he goes, but I don't see anything. Okay, I don't understand the last sentence, but it's a very nice crop. Very nice, even feeling with the landscape. Again, he's in the center. It feels very stable. He feels very powerful, but at the same time, it's a very nice relation to the landscape around him. So that feels very cool, very nice. By the way, while you said that with the sky is ugly, I want to try something real quick. Where's my original picture? Oh God. Because I'm so wait, so he was Marco. Okay, good. So I will remember that. Let's go here real quick. Sorry, I need to try this real quick. Just a second. Let's download this. Downloads. Yes, please. And then let's go to Luminar. I just want to see if Luminar can handle the sky or not. In that case, I'm so impressed by the. There's again this picture of the thumbnail. By the way, do you like the thumbnail, or do you think that's a bit like over the top? With I think it's really funny, and it's very emotional at the same time. I think it connects hopefully with the audience, but maybe you feel like it's a bit too intense. Oh, I have it twice. Let's see the sky replacement. This is what I want to try here. If Luminar does a good job or like a horrible job in this kind of situation. What should we use? Like a sunset? Let's see, sunset. Ooh. Oh, okay, that's end of the world kind of situation. Why is it so dark at the top? Let's go for a blue sky here. Oh my God. Okay, so it doesn't really work. Maybe because there's a lot of fog here, we could use the haze thing, but it's not bad. It's actually not too bad. Oh, we can also make a galaxy. Ooh, okay. So you can take this, you can make a nighttime picture out of this. Sunset. This works actually good. That is actually pretty impressive. Where is our fog? No, we don't want to add fog. We want to reduce the fog. Denoise. Do I not see it right now? Color? Remove color cast. 1 second. I just want to sharpen. No. Denoise. No. Foliage. Golden hour. Dehaze. There we go. That is actually pretty good. I mean, you have to do some more. Oh, it's a foliage enhancer. Okay, that's a bit too much. golden hour. That is pretty impressive, I have to say. Before, after. Not that it's like you have to do some more stuff here, but let's put the exposure. Enhance. Isn't there like a smart lights? Smart contrast? Highlights. Exposure. No, the exposure stuff doesn't work here. Enhance. Oh yeah, there we go. Sky enhancer. AI structure. Sorry, I'm completely sidetracked right now. I know. I will go back to the pictures in a second. So it doesn't work here. So there's some parts where it doesn't work 100%, but and now it doesn't zoom for some reason. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so here it doesn't, maybe because of the fog, but it's like, whew, that is pretty good. I have to say I'm really impressed with Luminar. Very good. Some years ago I didn't like it at all, but now I'm really like, for the final touches or for this kind of quick stuff, that is pretty amazing. It's not like finished. I just wanted to see how well the sky replacement works with this kind of complex background. Pretty cool. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot about this. I was asking if Luminar, the Luminar guys, if they would send me like a discount code for my community, and they actually sent me one. Wait a second, which is too late because the video is already out, so that is a bit stupid. And also they made the discount code my name. But wait a second. Let me post that into the chat. There you go. Grabbing his beats. Should be grabbing his beats. Oh, yeah, no. You know what? The problem here was... That's actually an interesting story to tell. So the problem here was that we only have each one camera, but we have to hold both of the cameras in the shot. So what we did is that we took his photo with my camera and my photo with his camera, and we actually stand in the same direction. By the way, a really important thing here, if you look at the light is coming from the wrong direction because he's looking into the light, but I'm also looking into the light. So actually this couldn't happen. But this is used also if you look at boxing photos or like, how do you say, movie posters, stuff like that. This is how they do that. Because of course the actor has to look into the light. It wouldn't make much sense if my face was in the shadow. You want to have the face bright and nice and visible and a lot of contrast onto it. So you see the features and you see the emotion and stuff like that. So this is why on these movie posters, the light at the same time comes from different directions. So both of them are in the spotlight basically, you know, so it's really interesting. Yeah. Which Sony was he using? He's using the, what is it called? The 3S something. I'm really thinking about getting that one. Sony S7 Mark III. But they bring out a new one that is called, what? What is it called? Oh yeah. Sony A7 Mark III. So this is the one that has been out for, I think, 2 years or something. And now they bring an update, which is called the A7S III, which is kind of like with the iPhone. You have the iPhone 6 and the iPhone 6S. So they bring that out in some months or something. I don't know. This year. I've heard it's coming out this year. So I think they will do they will do the announcement on the 28th of July. So I will wait for that. And I'm not sure even if I want to get a camera. I want to get a camera like that. I'm not sure if I want to get the camera like that this year, you know. And also, let me finish up this talking about the photos, and then we talk about cameras, because this is a topic. I hope still enough people are around, because I would like to discuss this with you. There's only 34 people left, so we let's go a little bit quicker here. We can finish this and talk about cameras. I have done so much looking into gear in last weeks, not weeks, like days, no, weeks actually. Okay, so how many more do we have? Oh my God. Okay. You're just a too good community. That's the problem here. You're just like too good at being my community, because you do so many things here. It's really amazing. Okay, I'm really happy about that. By the way, I'm not complaining. Okay, so there's another one. I think now things repeat, because we have seen a lot of crops, and there's only so much things you can do. I'm kind of surprised there's not more like over the top crops, like crazy things like cropping on an angle or stuff like that. But yeah, it's pretty cool. So again, Jasmine says, I love the colors in the foreground, contrasting with the gray of the background. It's also an interesting point, by the way. For me, the upper part of the photo doesn't bring much extra. This is also an interesting part about cropping. So Jasmine, thank you very much for this text. So two very important elements here in your explanation. First of all, cropping can be used to contrast things, to set them in relation to each other by the way you crop them. Cropping can be seen also as a dialogue between elements, between regions in the picture. One thing I talked about before is where the horizon is, to say if you're lost or if you have a lot of space to walk into, also in the sense of where is going on a lot, where is going on a little. But you can also do it like you say, between these are gray areas, these are colorful areas, which is also a very nice way to use crops and to set these different kind of energies and how can I say, differences in information from the color, from the saturation, from the contrast next to each other, in contrast with each other, to have this kind of dialogue. So this is a very interesting element. And also cropping, of course, is used to cut out the parts that you don't need to tell the story in a picture, which, of course, in a photography is maybe even more important than with a film, maybe not. But what I mean by that is, if in a photography you just have one photo, in a video you can do different scenes and then cut them together. But in a photography you only have that one picture, so you have to decide which parts are important, which parts can I lose, which parts are too distracting from the actual main story, stuff like that. And this is a major problem that I see with a lot of pictures when they are posted, that people don't frame the shot right when they photograph it and don't crop it right afterwards. So you don't really know where to look in the picture. You don't have a main subject. You don't have like a main thing that you look at. And the other lines or the other elements in the picture don't really navigating your eye towards that main character or distract too much from the main character, you know, or the main element. Doesn't have to be a character. But that's a very important part to think about. What is the important thing, and does the viewer understand the important thing in the picture, you know? And this is often the main problem about the difference between a good picture that has been taken and a bad picture, that you don't really know in a bad picture where you look, what the picture is actually about, you know? So, yeah. So that's a very important part about that. Yeah, I think you did a great job here, you know? So it's very balanced, it's very nice. The guy is a little bit too much in the middle from the height. I would put him either a bit higher or a bit lower, but the rest is pretty cool. Okay, let's go on to the next picture by Hugo. Oh, again, wide angle, even wider. Not wide angle, sorry, like wide ratio. Okay, this is in this is in German. The orange center corresponds well with the green and brown colors of the background. Or of the surrounding, sorry. For this, it doesn't need the white sky and the high trees. Oh, he's made also a translation of that. This doesn't require the top. Okay, yeah, basically the same thing. Okay, pretty cool. I was trying to translate it for you, but he did it also. Okay, so let's yeah, it's basically what we have seen before. So the character is very much in the middle. It feels very powerful, and then through the wide like panorama view, you get a lot of the scenery in, and it makes it very wide, very like open for that. So that's pretty interesting, and it's also similar to the shot before. So we basically have talked about that already. So thank you very much, Hugo. Very nice crop. Really like that. I'm a huge fan of this wide angle thing, which also I use on my vlog channel, by the way. Not that wide, but it's, I think, 20:9, which is the resolution, not the ratio of my smartphone. So that's very nice. Okay, good. Let's go to Francesca. I made a sure crop to show that the hiker had already made his mind up to go down that path and was determined walking that way. He had already traveled a fair distance. Okay, so that's, like I said, that's a good point on where do you put the person from the height. So this person already has traveled a good way into the picture, and then but still has a way to go. So in this sense, it makes sense that the walker is at the center, but a bit below the center, which is nice because he's still walking into the picture, not out of the picture. And so he still has a way to go. So you can see the way in front of him, even visually, feels longer than the way behind him. Let's check this. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Where's the center line? Yes. So here's the center line. And his feet are a little bit below the center line, so he's still walking into the picture. Okay, pretty cool. Thank you very much. And also, he is not completely in the center. Of course, he's very much to the left. I would even say in the first third. Is there, like, I think he's touching the third line here. Yeah, he does. Pretty good. Okay, my eyes still work. That's good. All right. There we go. So pretty nice. Very nice shot. Okay, let's go to the next one. Joseph, which has done some editing that wasn't allowed for this one. So we have to ignore that. And this is the golden ratio at work. Is it? Let's see. Boom. Yes, it is. So this guy's close to this crossing here. And by the way, a golden ratio doesn't mean you have to put the character on here. The character can be around that area, you know. Also, by the way, another thing to think about is that if you put something over here, the second thing should, of course, be smaller than the first thing. Because if they are the same size, you can't decide which is more important. And if one is bigger, of course, it's more important, you know. So let's go back here. Let's make a circle here. A circle. Okay, this is a circle, actually. Good. So you see, if I put a circle here, okay, I can look here, no problem. If I put a second circle up here, maybe let's recolor them so we see them a little bit better. Let's make them pink so they stand out. Delete this one, copy this down. So you can see if I put them here, they should be on these, maybe let's put this a little bit lower. Like so. That feels kind of okay. A little bit over here. Okay, anyways. So if you have it like that, you don't know where to look, you're right? It's like this is this kind of undecidedness of you look at the picture and you're like, yeah, but is this the main character? Is that the main character? I can't really decide what's going on, right? So if you have this, but this one is smaller than the first one, like this, then it's obvious that this is the main thing and you look at this second. So this guides your eye and it makes it easier and more like gives you a better feeling looking at this character. Or you can make this one bigger, like so. It's in the foreground like that, big, but not touching the border, like maybe standing out of the border. Yeah, again, you know, this is the main character, this is the second character, you know, so this is also part of the golden ratio, that things shouldn't be, even if they are in place, they should be different sizes, you know. So it's not just the position. And also, like I said, they don't have to be dead center on these. This is not like a sniper crossing where you have to, okay, I have to center the character. He has to be in this kind of vicinity here, and the other also in the vicinity. But what you can think about is, if this is on outside on the lower left of this, maybe put the other also a little bit outside, but on the other side to balance it out a little bit. So that can also be something you can think about where to put it. Because if you put this down here in that area and the other one over here in that area, it feels a little bit unbalanced. It feels maybe a little bit strange. You have to play around with that. As you see, it always depends on the picture, but there's also something to think about in that regard. All right, let's go on to the next one, which is by Josh. My idea behind this challenge is to help people look at the path and fog clouds like life is an adventure, and this crop depicts the highs and lows in life. Wow, okay, put a lot of that crop, a lot on that crop. With that in mind, we can either see the hiker approaching his path at night when it is starting to get dark, lows in life, okay, interesting, or in the early morning when the sun is starting to rise, highs in life. Okay, interesting. The problem is, how would you know in the picture if it's getting dark or if it's getting bright? That's kind of the big, like, this is kind of the thing about the twilight, that you don't know if it's the beginning or the end of the day. Of course, if you have elements in there that tell you if it's the beginning or the end of the day, that's a different kind of thing. This is why I said, like in the last challenge, if you tell a story through a picture, maybe add some elements that tell you what's going on. Like, for example, if this guy is holding a cup of coffee, you know it's the morning, not the night. Like, of course, he could also stay up late at night, but I don't think you would stay up late at night in a forest and have a coffee for that. It's more like a morning thing. Like at the night, if you would have a beer in the hand or a cocktail, you wouldn't necessarily drink a beer for breakfast, but you would drink a beer at night. So this tells you about the time of day. Stuff like that can be helpful, you know. So yeah, to include some elements like that to tell you about that. Okay, but the idea is pretty nice. Yeah. I think for adventure, I would have put the guy a little bit more off-center. Because he feels like he's very stable already at knowing what he's doing, knowing what's going on. He has already reached his like potential. And if you put it off the side a little bit, he still like has this kind of imbalance and trying to reach his balance. Yeah. The start of the journey in the morning, that's actually a good point. If he has clean shoes, he can't have been walking all day long in this kind of dirty, muddy forest. So that's actually a good point. Thank you for that. Yeah. Is working fine? Okay, that's pretty good to know. Yeah. I'm a bit embarrassed that the discount code is my name, so sorry for that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, last one already. So I really sped up and then we can talk about some cameras. And you will be like mind blown what kind of cameras are out there. I didn't know, to be honest, what kind of stuff is going on in the world, especially with film, because I'm more like, I haven't done film much before, but I'm really hooked at film stuff. So this is by Mike. 16:9 crop looks pretty good to me. And by the way, do you feel like, and I'm not trying to say anything negative right now, but do you feel like because 16:9 has been around for some time, it starts to feel a bit old school, like 4x3 used to, you know? Like it feels like we are so used to that this is like what we expect, and it has this kind of, yeah, it's the TV thing. It's like the broadcast kind of thing, the kind of bit old school, and now we go for even wider screens or some other kind of ratio that now feels more dynamic, like compared to when we first had 16:9 compared to 4x3. It felt like, oh, movie, finally we have this movie thing, which for some reason, I don't know, they changed all of the screens, but they didn't use the movie format that was going on in the past because now we have an even wider movie format. If you realize that, by the way, did you realize that now the movies are even wider screen than before? If you look at the old James Bond movies, stuff like that have been filmed like, when was it, like 40, 50 years ago? I don't know. They're pretty old movies. They had been widescreen, but not as widescreen. And now you have this kind of super widescreen thing, way wider than in the past. You have a 21 by 9 screen. I want to get one of these super wide screens someday. I don't know if I can actually, because I have to have a certain screen ratio to record my my tutorials. But for editing and stuff like that, it's actually good to have at least 2 screens or just one big screen. Okay. By the way, I completely forgot in my comparison. Like, actually, the comparison video is, it should have been like double the length, but it was so much work to edit that I made it shorter. There was some things I wanted to talk about that had been really important, but then I forgot to include them. And one thing is the ability of the software to work on 2 screens, which seems to be pretty important if you do a lot of editing. And for example, I don't think Luminar is very prepared for that. Everything is built so it works on one screen, which is also nice, because if you travel, if you're on laptop, stuff like that, you want to be able to edit everything on one screen. But if you're at home and you have 2 screens, it's a lot easier and makes it more it's sometimes better if you have 2 screens. So you have the main screen, you can see the picture big, and then you have your tools on the right side, or you have your archive on the right side where you can choose the different pictures, and then you have the main editing screen in front of you with all the tools, stuff like that. So that can help a lot. And some of the tools are made for that and others not so much. Like, for example, also NIK Collection is not that made for that, although Photolab can do that. So you can have NIK Collection on the main screen and Photolab on the second screen as an archive to see all of your pictures. So in that regard, it's, again, pretty good. Okay, but we wanted to talk about Mike's picture. Long story short, he walks the path into the foggy forest. Funny, if you cut the clouds, the pic looks so much darker as before. Yes, that's also, by the way, a good point. The ratio of how much brightness or darkness you have in a picture influences how much brightness or darkness you see in a photo, and how bright and dark things like the contrast, the colors look, stuff like that. Which, by the way, is the reason why in Affinity Photo the background is dark. In the past, some of the software, also I think Photoshop, had a light background, light, dark, or even white background, which is completely terrible. Usually you should have a 50% gray, which, by the way, Affinity does not have. It's not a 50% gray. So if we make here a rectangle, and we go to grayness here, and we take 50, actually this is 50% gray. And Affinity Photo is actually darker from the background. The problem is, if it's darker, the colors and the contrast, they look more impressive, they stand out more. While if it's brighter, if you have a white one, white background, then the colors look more muted and less bright, and also you lose for the contrast and stuff like that. So that has a big influence on that. I can show you by changing the canvas here. Yeah, let's make this, I don't know, let's say 2000. Okay, let's go like this. And then let's go like this. Put this on top, like so. Okay. And now let's duplicate this and duplicate it again. And then I make this one 50%. And then I make this one, let's see what Affinity Photo does. Oops. It's at 15? 15. Yes, it's at 15. Okay, that's pretty dark. So if you look at the picture here, and you see how bright the picture is, and now if I turn this, you see how the picture looks different. And here the picture looks very bright and the colors also look more intense. Now if you have white, the picture looks a lot darker and the colors also look a lot darker. So you feel like you have to adjust the image here. And here the image feels okay. And here if you have 50% gray, you can see that you are less influenced with your eyes and you can actually see what's going on. So this would actually be the better background to have. And now you can do adjustments that are kind of more true to the actual picture. So you don't over edit or under edit your picture, you know, so that's really interesting. Of course, the darker gray that Affinity is using looks more stylish. So that's also good. But it's not as good for editing. So to have a nice comparison, this 50% gray is actually the best thing to have. All right. AI makes the photos less sharp. I actually didn't look at that. Ah, hey, Alex. How are you doing? So she's one of the other YouTubers I've met in Vienna, and we did some videos together. She has a channel. If you speak German, you should check out her channel real quick. Let me show. No, sorry. Whoa, why is my... There we go. So that's her channel. And she's also talking about drones. And there is the video with me. And I think there's another video with me. And I haven't released that yet because then we did the photo challenge together with Scott. So I wanted to bring this first because I also do a tutorial connected with that. And she does a lot of other stuff too. Like learning Japanese. And she's also a filmmaker. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to explore on her channel. Have a look at that. See, there's a lot of also I think sometimes tutorials and so on. There's a little bit about Luminar, so that's very nice. Let me link this in the chat, and the channel's in German, by the way, so you have to take that into consideration. And also let me promote the channel of Wade Wilson. He does travel videos and also tutorials more about Photoshop in that regard. So he shows like also color grading for videos, but also like this glass ball effect, portal effect, stuff like that for Photoshop, stuff like that in German, by the way. So if that's if you want to know more about that, you can also check out him. And I'm doing the photo challenge with him. So this is him in the picture here. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's getting more... I mean, this looks pretty sharp. By the way, we can compare here. So this is done... whoa. Okay. Again. So this picture doesn't zoom right now. Hello? There we go. So this picture is done with a prime lens on a prime camera, pro camera, basically. You can see very nice details, very sharp, nice details in the beard. And the other picture is taken with my Canon, with a stock lens. That's actually also very nice. It's not as sharp, it's not as good as with the other lens, but I'm actually surprised. I did have to do some sharpening and some like you can sharpen the picture, but you can also sharpen with contrast. That's important to think about. Contrast can make the picture look sharper, especially if you do like contrast in details, just in regions, which you can do with NIK Collection. So that's pretty nice to have that. Okay, yes, actually both pictures are pretty good. I'm impressed. Yeah, and he has this lens, which is pretty expensive. I think like 2,000, 3,000 euros, something like that, because this is through all of the zoom from 24 to 105. It has the, what's the English word for that? Aperture. Aperture? Is it called aperture? The opening of the on your lens? I think it's the aperture, probably. Yeah, so it's 4 through all of that, which is good for filming, but it's not 2.8. So for that price, I feel like it could be more. I'm pretty surprised that it's not more, you know? Like what is the price? Canon 2.8, probably more expensive. No. Yeah, but this is just 24 by 70, and his one is what? 105. So this is more zoom. But this is like aperture 2.8 through from 224 to 77, and it's 2000. And the other one is even, I think it's 2800 or something for aperture 4. I feel like 4 is pretty dark. Yeah. RF are more expensive. Okay, interesting. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, America, like this is ridiculous with America and the I don't know if Europe is like the import tax or something like that, but if you look at the prices, it's I think about 50% more that we pay in Europe for the same thing. That is really ridiculous. Let's go to B&H, for example. My favorite store, New York. If you're in New York, check out B&H. It's like a huge warehouse full of the most amazing photo and video technology. Let's go for the Canon R. Just the body. No. There you go. Accessoire kit. So you even get stuff. You get a bag and a memory card and some cleaning stuff. And now if you look at Germany, let's go here. Canon R. Oh. Did they drop the price? Because it was like 2,000 just like days ago. Oh no, that's the RP. Canon R. One second. I think it's 2,000 just for the body. I can't find it. 1 second. 1 second. Canon R. There we go. Canon R. Give me some results here. This is it. So this is 2,000. But if you now say 2,000 euros in dollar, what you get is 2,300. And this says 1,800. So 1,800 plus 50% is how much? It's 2,700. So it's not exactly 50%. Let's go with 40%. It's not even 40%. 30%. What was the price? Yeah. Yeah, it's 30% more. Why? Why is it 30% more expensive? And not just the camera, everything is 30% more expensive. That is really, really heavy. Oh, they are without taxes? I didn't think about that. Okay, add to cart. Let's see. This is what I don't like about the US. Why without taxes? I mean, you have to pay the taxes. Why would you show me the price without taxes? It makes it look like it's a better deal, but is it including taxes or not? Where do I see that? Oh, okay. So not that much a better deal. It's actually like you save $100. Okay, and like maybe a bit more than $100 if you reduce the shipping, if you don't need shipping. So that's that. Okay. Like the US has some very strange things, you know, like with the taxes that are not on prices and with the tipping in the restaurants. Like, why? Why? You have to pay it anyways. Why not just add it to the price so I can make a good decision about what I want to buy? You know, it's like, I don't know. It's very strange. Because here in Europe, if you come to Europe, tipping is not a thing. It's a thing, but it's like you tip a €1 or €2 maybe. You don't tip like 20%. What the hell are you talking about? You know, I'm like, I just paid you and now you want to pay more? What? Why? It's your employee, not my employee, you know? So that's very strange. Anyways. So that's without taxes. I see. I have fallen for that trap many times. As a European, like you see an online thing, there's software, and you're like, oh, I want to have that. And then you go to the cart and you want to pay, and it's like, what? Why is it so expensive all of a sudden? Okay. So we have solved the mystery, so you don't have that much advantage. Okay. But by the way, I decided I'm not going to buy a camera right now because there is other cameras released at this moment, so I'm waiting to see what's happening. Also the R5, R6, which I think suck, so I don't see a reason why to buy them. They have a lot of problems. So I rather look at this and hope that this drops a lot in price. But, and now I want to show you something. This baby here, it's called Blackmagic Pocket 4K. This one is just a movie camera. It's a film camera, but it costs 1,200 compared to the 2,000 of this one. Even more than 2,000. But this is like actual movie style. You can actually make a Netflix film with that. I don't think it's Netflix certified. By the way, did you know Netflix certified is a thing for cameras? I didn't know that. It's actually a thing. You can go and search on the internet. Netflix certified cameras. Boom. And there you have a list. There you go. These are the cameras that are Netflix certified. So if you want to film a Netflix movie, you have to have one of these cameras. That's the thing. And by the way, there's only one DSLR here, which is really surprising that there isn't more. And that's the Panasonic. Really strange. I've never heard of the Panasonic S1H, which of course is a super expensive camera. But yeah, that's the only one in here. That's really strange. But this one, which looks like a DSLR but is not, is a movie camera, which is super surprising. And it's kind of affordable, and it has very, very professional options here for filming, like ProRes and stuff like that, which gives you a super high like file size, but then of course you can do a lot of editing with it afterwards. So I'm kind of tempted, although I think I should get better at filming first before I get an actual film camera. Because like I always say to people, don't get pro equipment if you're not a pro, because it's not made for you. You will not understand what to do with that. And with this, I have no idea what to do. I don't even know what the difference is between ProRes and not ProRes. I just know that the file is bigger, but not why it's bigger, you know? So, yeah. So that's pretty interesting. And like video is such a different world. But let me show you some other stuff. So we have this one, the Blackmagic Pocket camera. Then you have the C-Cam, which is this one. It looks like the Red, but it's like super cheap. Not super cheap, like not in the normal like world of normal everyday humans. €1,000 camera isn't super cheap. Especially this is just the brain of it. You have to get all of the rest. You can do nothing with this. So you have to pay a lot more than that. But in a professional sense, where you would for a Red camera probably pay 30,000 for the same, not the same thing, but it's like a similar kind of thing. It's cheap in that regard. but it does completely different things. And then you have stuff like the Canon C200 or even 300. Let's put this in here, which looks like this. And all of them are very, very different cameras. And you can do very, very different things with them. And I found that kind of surprising that you have this huge difference in the world of filming. Of course, like I said, filming is a lot more complex than photography in that regard of what you can do with film and how you edit film and how you build scenes in a film, you know. But there is a lot bigger difference between also the image quality because of what you want to do with the camera compared to the mirrorless or DSLR cameras. And you will realize, like, if you compare the cameras, let's go back to actual DSLR cameras. So we have the Canon R. Let's open this up here. And then we have the Sony, this one. No, not this one. A7 III, this one here, which it's a bit cheaper actually, apparently. You will see that the difference between these two is actually not that big from the picture quality, from what you get from the video also. And the video has a certain look to it. And the look is more crisp and it's more sharp and it's more like a photo. It's more like a photo. And if you look at this, if you look at the video from this camera here, sorry, not this one, the Canon C300 or this Blackmagic pocket cinema camera, they look completely different. There's not really a comparison between them, but also for the reason that this is meant to make cinema. So this has to have a cinematic look, not a photo look. But it is kind of interesting that it's a film is not just a moving picture; it's a completely different thing. And it didn't really stand out to me like that before when I was thinking about that, you know. So these cameras often create a much more soft picture. They have a lot more dynamic range in them because you have to edit videos a lot more in that regard. And you go often in more difficult scenarios, I would say, you know. I think I would say, for example, if you look at photography, it is a lot more common, like if we go here, that you have situations where everything is well lit, you know. You don't very often take a photograph of a burning candle and people sitting around a burning candle or a night fire or stuff like that. You usually take pictures of things that happen at either a nice time of day or a long time exposure, like here for a night photo, which you can't do with movies, of course, because there is no long time exposure. It's like live. You can't make it like a 10-minute exposure for a video. It doesn't work like that. So for the nature of the picture already is very different. So that's pretty interesting. Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat. I was just talking again. Alexander says, what for a new Sony? I can let you try it out if I have it in my hands. You're gonna buy the new Sony camera, really? Wow, okay. But didn't you just get the old camera? If you sell the old camera, let me know. I might be interested. Right now, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Canon, but maybe Sony, because you have Sony and Scott has Sony, so maybe we can interchange our gear a little bit. Although I really don't like to lend gear because I always, every single time in my life, if I lend out technology, I got it back broken. So I'm very kind of... don't have a good relation for that. No, Scott has a Sony. He has a Sony, not a Canon. Yeah. Or does he have? I don't think he has a Canon too, because that would be really overkill. He has a Sony. I was photographing with him yesterday again. By the way, have you seen? You have seen the cover. I've shown you a second ago. Yeah. Cinematic look is not based on the camera. It's all about the lens, dynamic range, bitrate, codec. Yeah, no, not really. I mean, it's also about the camera. at least I don't see many videos filmed with a mirrorless camera that have an actual cinematic look. Let me show you. I will show you from a video from Potato Chat. 1 second. Is it, by the way, let me ask the chat, is it okay if we talk about cameras for a bit? Or is it like, I mean, it's photo related, right? So we should be able to talk about that. Potato Chat, Black Magic, whoop, 4K, there we go. So there we go. Let's turn off the sound again. Okay, it's already off. Let me see. Is there... Yeah, so here, let's open this up in a second window. Of course, you can edit it afterwards to look like a mirrorless or a DSLR, but the other way around, not so possible, not so easy possible. Where's the way where he's the other way around? 1 second. There we go. Yeah, this is also with the Black Magic, I think. Come on. I think this is, let me see. This isn't a good example. Isn't there something where he switches over and then you see the difference? One second. So this is, I think, with the mirrorless. Or like the DSLR. And this is with the Black Magic now. You see the difference? So this is the one. And this is the other. Let's go back here. Wait, where was that? 419. And let's go here, 419. No. That was actually good. Yeah, let's go. Ah! Okay, let's go like that. That's good. Well, you could say it's just a color grading, but it's like the picture feels different. If I look at the picture, it feels different. It doesn't look as different if it's a standing frame like here. But if it's a moving frame, I feel like it feels different. You see like how soft that is and how like it's more, a lot more creamy, a lot more like this kind of softness, niceness in there. And this is this kind of harsh, more compressed look. Let's move this picture. You see? That's a lot harder. It's a lot more precise. It's more like what you would expect from a photo. If you look at a photo, but it's like a moving photo. And this is not like a moving photo. You see how this is different? Of course, you can color grade it different and then it looks the same. But it's the question if could you do the same with the other thing, you know? So this looks as soft and creamy as this here, you know? And so if you go later where he shows some scenes, 1 second. Oh, I think he does even a comparison. Let's see. And of course it has more dynamic range, stuff like that. There's a speed booster. Okay, this is, I think, about the autofocus. Let me see. I don't find good examples right now. Wait, maybe here? I don't find good examples right now. There was one where his girlfriend is sitting on the couch. Is it? Where is that? Nah, I can't find it right now. I'm sorry. Some scenes at the start? No. Anyways. Wait, is it coming here? Huh. Yeah, here you can see some color grading he's doing. And that's also part of the camera. You can do a lot more color grading. You can work a lot harder with the image. But like he said, like for the little stuff he filmed with the camera in his video, the file size was 30 gigabyte, which is what he usually would have for all of the video he films for a vlog with his DSLR. So or with his mirrorless. So it needs a lot more data. So for that reason, probably it isn't feasible for me for using it. First, also, I don't know how to use that. And also it has, what I want to say, it doesn't have that good autofocus because usually the movie cameras are manual focus. You don't focus it with the sensor of the camera. So that's a big difference. From the picture profile. Yeah. The same as the FX9. Aha, interesting. Okay. Yeah. How can you edit it out? What was it about the edited out part? I think I missed something here. The Prince of Panamos. What is that? I mean, I know there are movies filmed with DSLR cameras or mirrorless cameras completely. I don't know what it is. Panamos Reviews. So that's apparently a movie. Whoop. Okay. No, that's not it. Trustpilot? I don't know. Okay, anyways. What were we talking about? Peter says this might be off topic, but can you help me how to remove glare image off glass window? Also how to remove image through the transparent glass. Yes, you like, who said that? What's the answer? Sorry, like Rainmaker said, you're using a polarizing filter. Like the polarizing filter that you can rotate. Is there another kind? I'm not sure. But there's like, you rotate that, and the idea of the polarizing filter is that it only lets through light that comes from a certain angle towards the lens and filters out the other light that comes from other angles towards the lens. And so it can either reduce or even sometimes completely remove the reflection from a window so you can look through a window, which is also very useful if you, for example, are in a museum and you have these glass boxes. Usually you have a reflection on that, but if you have a polarizing filter and then you photograph a little bit from the side, not completely from the front, because then the reflection and the light comes from the same direction. But if you go a little bit to the side and you return the ring, you turn the ring a little bit, you can mostly remove the reflection of the reflection on the glass, you know. So that's interesting. By the way, I think that Luminar has an AI version of that. I'm not sure. We can have a look. Let's look for a picture. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. 1 second. Reflection. Window. There we have a reflection in a window. Let's try that. I'm not sure if it has. I think I have seen something like that, but I'm not sure. Or it was NIK Collection. I'm a bit uncertain right now. Which was it? So let's see. Smart shadows, exposure, enhance, structure, color, remove color cast, sharpen, denoise, landscape, dehaze, vignette, no, dramatic. Maybe it was NIK Collection. Oh, maybe in here? No. No. I have seen it somewhere, like a digital polarizing filter. Maybe it was NIK Collection. We can try that. Let's go to Photo Lab and see if that works here. Takes a little bit to start. There we go. Let's go here. Let me copy this over real quick. Okay, there we go. I think in color effects. Oh. Polarization. Rotate. Nah. Strength. Oh. 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 It does. Am I a little bit? Not 100%, but pretty good. I mean, better than nothing. It can, I think it even can intensify. No, not really. Can we stack them? Let's see. Let's add another one. Oh yeah, you can. It doesn't do more. Oh no, let's go with, oh. Another one. Okay, that's getting pretty dark. This is actually pretty good. I mean, not really, because up here we have a lot of errors right now. And of course also in here. So, I mean, basically what it does, I think, is like contrast. Compare. But I mean, it destroys the image, but you can basically look inside of the room now. So you see, like here, that's pretty interesting. By the way, what we can also try is, let's go back here to Luminar, open this up and use dehaze on that, because that, oh, it's now on a different, that should actually be basically the same thing. Where's dehaze again? No. Is anyone? Oh, there we go. No. No. That's actually strange. I would think that this would have the same effect, but it doesn't. Contrast. Yeah, this does a little bit. Because usually it's like the same as haze. You just like heighten the contrast in the image. And then it gives you back, because this is like, it's just a lack of contrast basically is what it is. You know, so if you heighten the contrast, you get back the visibility inside of here. With curves, for example, you can do that. And then you just make a mask over that. So let's close this down. Let's go to Affinity Photo, open it up here. Again, wrong. Let's go here. So for example, if we now put a mask here, let's see if we then can look into the window. curves. Yeah, there we go. You see? That's all the magic there is. And you can fiddle around with that and see how much of that you can remove. But you can see how the, like, that is going away. And then you have to, like, see if you can make the inside of the building bright again or not. But, yeah. Can go here to blue, maybe reduce that a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Before, after. I'd say that's a big improvement. And it looks actually like you can look through the window now. Less reflection on that. So, yeah. Curves. And then you can remove the reflection nicely. Depends on the picture, of course. But you can see that this is actually having a really big effect. I should actually do a tutorial about that. Let's go here. No. There we go. Okay. AP reduce reflections in window. All right. So we have a new tutorial marked down. Okay. Good. Should we talk a little bit more about cameras, or then like finish the stream for today? I don't think like we are gonna do, like we already have 4 hours of streaming. We talked a lot about cropping and picture ratios and stuff like that. So I mean, on the camera front, I'm kind of like really drawn towards an actual movie video camera, although this is just the camera. You need a lot more stuff for that, so this is pretty expensive, and I wouldn't know what to do with that. So probably I want it, but I don't know. I'm not worth getting it yet. You know, I'm not good enough for getting it yet. So that's probably not what I will get. Although I really want to. Let's say it like that. I want to get good enough at video to deserve to have a camera like that. That's a good phrasing for that. And I probably also should get good enough to actually deserve to have one of these cameras here. Because actually they are pretty expensive. But as you can see, the price is dropping already. So that's pretty good. Also, there's a cashback going on right now. But like this, like if you film in low light, for example, this stuff is pretty good. But if you film during daylight, the quality of my phone is actually kind of comparable to what this camera can do. So if I don't get into really crazy light situations, I can learn with this phone that I already have to get actually good at filming, and then buy a film camera, because also at that point I probably know a lot more about taking scenes, filming scenes, cutting video, stuff like that. So I know what camera I actually need, depending on what I want to do with the camera and what the camera can do, because all the cameras are a little bit different. And this is also, by the way, this is another thing why I tell people not to get a pro camera. Like some people say, yes, get a pro camera as a beginner, because then you already learn with pro equipment how to use that. But the reason why I would suggest against this is because if you do that, you will be at the same time overwhelmed by learning how to be a good photographer and be overwhelmed by learning how to control a professional equipment. And that is, it's just way too much. You can't handle both. It's just way too much. It's good enough if you know how to take a good picture with a bad camera and then upgrade to a bad camera, rather than taking a bad picture with a good camera and being depressed about having spent so much money and still taking crappy pictures because you just don't know how to use the gear or how to do anything useful even with simpler gear, you know. So I would suggest to get a camera that gives you as much support as possible at the beginning. At the same time, gives you some amount of freedom. So don't get a camera where you can't do anything at all. With the settings, I would suggest, like, if you have like a normal consumer DSLR, for example, or another camera, it allows you to go to manual and you can set up the main important things in manual. And the good thing is about photography, there isn't that much to set up. Like, there is, what can you set up? The focus, and then the zoom, and the aperture, and then the exposure time, and then the ISO. I don't think there's much more you can do. Like, in the camera, I mean. Of course, you have a lot of gear around that, and you shouldn't get like a full studio gear either, because you don't know, like, start with 1 or 2 lights if you want to, cheap lights, and learn with that. But with a video camera, there's so much more to learn because it's moving, and you have to think about cutting it afterwards and all these kind of things. So that is way, way more complicated. And there's sound, and yeah, that's in general more, because you tell a story through moving things and time progression, while a photo takes a story to one picture. So that's easier. But still, photography is complicated. So you have to think about that. And there's all these things around photography. So if you don't have to worry about your camera, you can instead worry about what is a good angle, what is a good time of day, what is a good, how should I frame my subject? How do I tell a story with a picture, like taking a picture, all these kind of things. How do you actually put something in a photo so it stands out, and I look at that, you know? And this is the major problem, and you can see that, like, if you go for example, Pixabay, and you search for, let's say, landscape, and then you go to latest, you will see that a lot of people upload stuff where it's not a good composition. You don't know what to look at it. It's kind of, there's a lot of mistakes in there. And a good camera doesn't help you with that, you know? So this doesn't make the picture any better. So it's more important to learn that, how to take a good picture, and then you can upgrade your camera. So it's also like, I feel like I should wait maybe with that kind of gear. And the consumer grade Nikon I have right now, I'm super disappointed about how it is with video, because it's crap. But for photo, it's pretty good. As you have seen the comparison for the pictures before. Let me show you again. I will just open it up here. Where is it, by the way? I don't know. It's not here. 1 second. Vlog, and then this is my last one, thumbnail. So this is the thumbnail. Okay, so look at this. So this picture here was taken with a camera plus lens costing around, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 euros. So that's the picture if you look at that. And this one was taken with a camera that costs like 500 bucks plus a 10-year-old kit lens that you get with the camera. Not that much difference, right? Like, you can do a lot more with his camera. His camera takes a lot better pictures, but in a usual situation, it's not like you could use that advantage if you don't know how to handle that. So what I'm saying is, with a camera that costs a tenth of his camera, you can still take really good pictures. You have to edit them maybe a bit more, and you have to be like, yeah, but the camera takes away all of the work you have to do, and you still get a nice picture. Of course, this picture is better, you know? If you look at that, it's a nicer picture, yes. But is it 10 times nicer? Probably not. And will you get 10 times better pictures as a beginner? Absolutely not. So it doesn't make sense to have that much of a expense if you don't know how to handle that. Okay, enough preaching. Okay. Yeah, it's nice, but I think I'm more from the point of view you have to deserve the technology before you get that. So I think I will stay with my crappy camera and then learn to make film and then get a better camera, because the main reason to get the better camera for me is actually the film part, not the photography part. And of course, you have to take into consideration that on social media, most people look at the photo like this, and then you don't see a difference at all, you know? So yeah, that's also important. In a normal light situation, again, if you have a very complicated light situation, then you need better equipment. What is the chat saying? Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Prince. Oh, it does. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. It allows you to change the gray background level. That's actually a good point. Yeah. But it comes with a different gray. So most people let it as gray. And I leave it at that gray for the reason that people are not confused during the tutorials and say, what is this? This doesn't look like Affinity Photo. So this is why I don't change it that much. Also, I don't adapt my interface. I left everything like it's when you install it fresh, so people actually see and find the things, because you can set it up completely different, of course. But I'm not doing that either. Affinity Photo does allow you to change. Is it possible to do with Affinity Photo? It's probably about the lens flare thing. Sorry, the reflection thing. Yes. Oh, the pop effect. Yes, we were talking about the pop effect. So let's do this real quick. Are you still here? I'm not sure. A lot of people left already. It's already getting late. So I think we should end the stream soon. But let's do the pop effect real quick. Let's have like a normal photo here. Let's take this picture, which is just a normal shot. I will just copy this over. We don't need a big resolution for that. So what you do is, so we have this picture here, doesn't look that impressive. And now the only thing you do basically is you duplicate this and then you set it to soft light. And you see how this pops it already. Boom. Just like that. One move and it already looks a lot better. You see? So that's basically the thing. And then of course you can go in here and you can apply, for example, maybe levels is nice to play around with that, because it allows you to set the gamma and the black point and the white point. You can move that in a little bit. By the way, you can also look at the histogram. Let's put this like it was at the beginning. So another trick is if you open the histogram, you see this. If you open levels, so you see the histogram. And so you can see basically the interesting values start to get, are here. And this is kind of muted over here. So you can move the black over here. It even gives you this line. So you move this over here and over here. There is some overexposure here in that areas. Maybe we don't care too much about that right now, but you can move this also over. So until it gets, like, don't move it over these values because then you have a lot of overexposure. But you see where the values start to get more intense. So you can move it over like that. And then you can use gamma to make it a little bit brighter or darker. And then readjust a little bit. And this also makes it more like this, for example. Now we have this a little bit overexposure, I think. But it's also, you can see it's a lot crisper now. But the other, let's see, the difference. This is just a one little trick, and this is a lot of adjustments. It basically looks the same, right? Let me see. Whoa. Now we have both? Oh, but now we have both, yes. Okay. Let's do it like this. It's my favorite new trick. Let's mask this to below. And now I can use this to move it around, you see? Oh, but it's still applied to both of them. So I have to do the same for the other side. Let me do this real quick. Mask to below. Boom. And now there we go. So the left side is just with the soft light trick and the right side is with levels. I think the left side looks even better. Right? And this is the original. So that's very easy to do that. It's a very nice, easy effect. And then you can do some more adjustments, or you can also sharpen it. There's a lot of noise in that picture. That's not so great, but yeah. Oh, it's actually not on here. Okay. So that's kind of an easy thing. Like, forget about the noise in that picture. That shouldn't be there. But usually, like, you can see also these details down here, how that improves. And the good thing about that is, if you use this kind of trick with the soft light, it is dependent on the background. So where it needs to be adjusted, it does adjustment more or less depending on the picture, pixel specific, you know, so that's very nice. In contrast to this thing with the levels, which adjusts everything in the same way, or with curves, which adjusts all of the pixels in the same way, where this does it based on the region because it uses the picture as a starting point. So that can be a nice trick to use. Yeah. Also, by the way, and I'm sorry if I sound like a fanboy, but Luminar does it really good. I'm so sorry that I have to say I'm talking so much about that. It's like if you want to have very quick results, I found that this does actually give you that. Let's have a look here. With and the difference is you don't have to think about what you're doing with Luminar. This is why I say it's very much a beginner software. It doesn't go very deep, but if you don't want it very deep, you just want to have results, it's pretty good for that. So let's have a look here. By the way, it also has looks, and I think you can create your own looks. Does it have a pop look? Super sharp look? Oh, these are the essentials? Oh, you can even have more. You can have different styles. Contrast enhanced. You get a preview with that. Okay, none of that are that good, which is kind of strange. That this is a little bit of a downside, to be honest. But let's have a look here. Smart contrast. Yeah, you can push the smart contrast up, and that basically push the shadows down a little bit. So yeah, here we are already like pretty much there. Can have some enhancements here. This brings up the background, so that's also nice. And this is, I'm sorry that the picture is super noisy. That's really not the best picture to use. AI structure. Boost. What you can do here is detail enhancer. So it sharpens it based on the detail. You can see now the hair, how sharp the hair is getting. The biggest downside, this is also something I didn't include in my video, I should have taken more time for the video, is Luminar gets the picture super noisy. You can see like this. You don't get that with Lightroom or with NIK Collection, but you get it with Luminar. I don't know why, but they have kind of a taste for getting pictures super noisy. So that's a downside. But if you look at the horsey without the noisy background, which I think was photographed with way too much ISO, I can see how sharp the hair now is, how this pops. And the colors, like look here, the glasses. It just looks like it's a graphic. Maybe it is a graphic, it's just printed on. I mean, of course it's a graphic. This is not a reflection. What am I talking about? Okay, you can see like, yeah, pretty quick results. So this is very nice. But again, it's making it very noisy. We should have taken another picture. Do we have another picture here? Let's take this one. Download the higher resolution version so we don't have a problem with noise this time. Open it up, and then we finish the stream after this. So let's have a look here. Let's make this in high enhancement first. Whoa, this is a very blurry picture. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about, right? I mean, try to first get good at actually getting a sharp picture with your camera, and then you can worry about getting better equipment. Like if you take a picture, I guess, during daylight and it's still super blurry, that's not good. So you have to figure that out first. Where's the detail? There, small detail. You can use this to sharpen things a little bit. Let's see. So this already looks better. This is the original. Yeah. There's a there's a hammock here. How do you get into that? Okay, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, that's not a good example. By the way, a good way around, if the picture's not that good, but you still want it to look nice, is this kind of Orton effect. And here it has something like that. It's called mystical. So I pull this up and it makes the picture look more dreamy. And that's kind of it makes the picture look a lot nicer than it actually is. So that's kind of a trick to get that a bit nicer. What was that? Augmented sunrise dramatic? No, styles. There we go. There we go. You see how that looks a lot nicer than the pictures actually is? So this is like, it's a bit soft because of this mythic look. We can try to turn it off again. But you see, like, this looks like, and this looks like, okay, yeah, nice. Dreamy. Cool. See? So, yeah. For that, it's like, you don't even have to know what you're doing. You just push around levers and you get nice results. So for beginners, Luminar is pretty cool. All right, enough about that. Okay, good. Let's go to the talk view real quick. There we go. So go to that link here and subscribe to my vlog channel, please. That would be pretty nice because I want to keep moving. I want to keep making these videos. And yeah, that will be pretty awesome. So, by the way, let me see if I now have 25,000 subscribers or not. Or maybe I lost some. Yes! Yes! Okay, we are there, actually. 25,003 subscribers. Okay, so I reached a number a lot later than I thought because now it's the summer slump. So a lot of people are outside. Nobody's watching YouTube right now. Yeah, okay, but there we are, 25,000. Pretty cool. Oh, let me see if YouTube accepted my membership thing. Did they do that? No, they are still in summer break, I guess. Let me see here. Where's my... Why does it take them so long? I don't understand. Why isn't this automated? I mean, I have a channel. I had it for 2.5 years. So what could be something that needs to be checked? If I have been monetized, have no strikes, everything is positive, I have mostly positive ratings on my videos. What else do you need to check? You know, what could I put in these like tiny smileys that you can put there? That's a bit strange. Anyways, okay, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for subscribing and being part of my community and being so super active with all these postings of the challenge this week. That's really amazing. And yeah, have a look for that, and I will do a editing video about night photos, a tutorial on my main channel, and then the photo challenge on the second channel, which the link is down there for the channel, not for the video, because this video isn't online yet. So please have a check. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. And I don't know what else to say. It was amazing again to have fun with you. So thank you very much. And I hope you learned a lot in this video. It was very enjoyable to talk about that. I love to geek on these kind of things and completely pull my nerd out, basically, and talk about all these things you can do. just with cropping. It's just a one tiny little detail of photography, but you can talk for 4.5 hours about that. Okay. So thank you very much, and see you soon in 2 days, basically on Saturday in the new tutorial and on my vlog channel too. So yeah, have a good night. Thank you very much. Bye. Yeah, there we go.